Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here today. First, we're going to start off with the FCRTA meeting, and then we will, after that meeting, we'll continue with the COG. So it is 5:36 and Thursday, November 20th, 2025. Roll call, please.
City of Coalinga.
Here.
City of Fireball.
Here.
City of Fowler. Fresno County.
Here.
City of Huron. City of Kerman.
Here.
City of Kingsburg.
Here.
City of Mendota.
Here.
Orange Cove. City of Parlier.
Here.
City of Reedley.
Here.
City of Sanger.
Here.
City of San Joaquin.
Here.
City of Selma.
Here.
That gives us a quorum.
Huron is present.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's fine.
12 members.
Okay, thank you. Now we can move on to public presentations. Is there anybody from the public that would like to approach the podium at this time? This is for FCRTA. Okay, hearing none, we can move on to the next item. That's consent items. Is there any item in the consent calendar that any of the board members would like to pull at this time?
I'll move
Great.
that we accept the consent calendar as presented.
Second.
Oh, before that, is there anybody from the public? Hearing none, motion was from Mendota, second.
Motion from.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Motion from Fireball and second from Mendota. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. So we can move on to other business. Is there any other business?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm going to have Janelle Del Campo present one item here for your review.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. I just have one item I'd like to share with the board. FCRTA received an award from WTS on November 6th for our maintenance facility project. It was at the WTS Scholarship and Transportation Awards Gala, and FCRTA received an award for Transportation Project of the Year, design over $10 million. There were other great projects nominated, so this was an honor for us to receive the award. And the fact that the award was for design, it was great to be recognized for some of the innovation and new technology that we incorporated into the maintenance facility project. That's also why we want to continue to pursue funding and do similar projects in other rural areas, because it's scalable. For example, Kingsburg and San Joaquin, and then the other cities as well. That's all I have. I can try and answer any questions, or if Moses, you'd like to add anything.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. For that, is there any from the members? Okay, hearing none, this meeting now is adjourned. And we can move on to the next meeting, which is the Fresno COG Policy Board. And time is 5:39. Roll call, please.
City of Clovis.
Here.
City of Coalinga.
Here.
City of Fireball.
Here.
City of Fowler. City of Fresno. City of Huron.
Here.
City of Kerman.
Here.
City of Kingsburg.
Here.
City of Mendota.
Here.
City of Orange Cove. City of Parlier.
Here.
City of Reedley.
Here.
City of Sanger.
Here.
City of San Joaquin.
Here.
City of Selma.
Here.
Fresno County.
Here.
That gives us a quorum with 13 members at 44.61%.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we can start. One thing I would like to mention is that once I open it up for board discussion on any item, then I will close it and open it up for public comment, and then bring it back to the board for a vote, and we can move on, so we can move this meeting forward as a smooth process. So,
and also we're gonna,
Go ahead.
just to make a note, we're gonna have a time limit on public speaking.
3 minutes per person for a maximum of 15 minutes per item, so that we can please respect each other's time and move forward with the meeting. Thank you, everybody.
And also keep in mind that if a question had been already asked and the same question is being asked again, please do not be repetitive, and so we can move this meeting along. Just to respect the time for everybody that's here present, that's making sure that we work on this measure and all the items that are on the agenda. So with that, we can move on to the actual item number 1, the Measure C. This is the right one, right? Okay, the Measure C Oversight Committee, that one's being pulled,
No,
the oversight?
The Mayor's Selection Committee, yeah, this is the item under the Mayor's Selection Committee. Madam Chair, staff is asking that this item be pulled.
Is there any questions from the board?
That we what?
Pull the item for next meeting or for further?
Yeah, and just make some corrections there, because I see right here that we are appointing for 2026 Measure C Steering Committee, and that's not correct. So let's just please make those corrections when we bring it back.
Yeah.
I think that's why they were
Okay,
planning
good.
to pull it. So is there any other questions from the board?
Yeah.
Yep.
None? Any from the public? Hearing none, now we can move on over to make a motion to pull the item. Any motion?
I'll move that we pull the item and reserve it for the next agenda.
I'll second that.
Okay, so from an
Have a-
Fireball and San Joaquin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
You're back to the president.
I'm just waiting to, did you have a question?
No.
No, no question? Okay. All right, we can move on to the next item, and the next item is the transportation action. What was-
You're back.
Yeah, the Fresno COG, it's been the Fresno COG. Okay. So we can move on to the next item, and the item is transportation action and discussion for the regional pavement management system update. We passed it? Oh, I'm sorry. I think it would be better that you separate it from, because it makes it look like it's in the same actual. Yeah. Yeah, this one doesn't have it that way. Okay. There's too many agendas. Okay, so now we can move on to the transportation consent items. Anybody have any questions or?
Yeah, item B. Fiscal year 2025-26 first quarter report. I'd like to pull it for some questions. The questions that I have is when it says estimated completion date right there, every single one of those things that we are working on, it says 6/30/2026. Is that, or is just a placeholder?
That's when the fiscal year ends. And so for process-oriented type task, the fiscal year ends, we start all over again.
Yeah, I understand that, but these are projects, right? The one we have 111 through 911, I think it is.
Which curriculum are you
So
talking about?
regional transportation modeling, regional traffic monitoring, intelligent trans systems, all of those are projects, right? Or no?
Those are basically tasks that we work on every day, all during the month and the year. And it never ends. We don't have
Okay.
a real completion date, but our fiscal year ends. And so we put the fiscal year as a completion date.
Got it.
Yeah. So any other questions from the board? Any from the public? Okay, hearing none. So do we have a motion to approve the consent items?
I move that we accept the consent items as presented.
Okay, any second? I'll second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Now we can move on to the transportation action, which is the regional pavement management system update. That is Hancock.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Pankaj Joshi. I'm Associate Regional Planner here at Fresno COG. A well-maintained pavement management system is critical for keeping track of road conditions, understanding past rehabilitation work, and making smart decisions about where to invest maintenance dollars. In July 2024, Fresno COG selected NCE to refresh pavement management systems across the region. Their work included reactivating system licenses that had expired, updating payment databases with latest PCI data, and working with agencies to fine-tune their decision trees. They also prepared a detailed system report for each agency. For City of Clovis, where different software is used, new inspection data was shared to incorporate in their new system. To make sure agencies can continue using these tools effectively, NCE also delivered a two-part training totaling about 6 hours, covering Street Saver's core functionalities such as recording pavement inspections, updating roadway networks, budget analysis, and exporting data. The consultant team has also prepared a regional report based on the individual system analysis completed during the project. That report is attached to this agenda item, and we have Margot from NCE to present findings today. Margot, can you hear us? You can share a screen and right.
Yes. Thank you, Pankaj. I'm just going to share my screen. Let me know when you see it.
We see your screen.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. I have a short presentation, just kind of as Pankaj says, to kind of summarize the results of our study and what we found out. So really, as Pankaj says, we're trying to answer some very basic questions for all of you about your road network. The first is, I think most important is, how big is the road network and how many miles do we have? And then the next is, are they good, fair, or poor? In other words, what condition are they in? And then based on those two pieces of information, we marry that with the costs of repair, different maintenance strategies, and then we come up with really an assessment of how much does it cost to fix the road at different levels. In other words, if we want to meet different standards, what would be the funding levels needed? And then based on that, what would be the projected forecasted PCI? So what I'm going to do is kind of walk you through a variety of slides. So the first one is, how many miles of roads does Fresno County own? Well, it's a lot. I mean, you've got over 6,000 miles of roads in the county. That is one of the larger counties in the state. And you can see both on the table on the left, which gives you all the centerline miles, as well as the pie chart. The city of Fresno and the county of Fresno dominate this chart because they own the largest networks. Between those two agencies, more than 3/4 fall into their jurisdictions. And then we have, of course, all the other cities. But I think outside of the fact that you have a large network, the key takeaway I want you to remember out of this is that this network has an investment value. And that value is $12 billion, which is a lot of money. And the question we're trying to also answer for us is, now that we have invested this $12 billion, how much money do we need to continue to maintain that investment as, public servants for the residents of Fresno? So when we know how many miles, well, what we did, as Pankaj said, that, we went out and we assessed every single mile of road in the county, and we measured it on a scale of 0 to 100, with 100 being best and 0 being pretty much fail. And so, and to make it simple, we separated out into 4 categories: good, fair, poor, and very poor or fail. And the question then is, well, what do these roads look like? So if you look at this picture here, this is a road that has been recently overlaid. It looks, brand new practically. The striping is nice and sharp. There's no cracks on it. That would be about almost close to 100, definitely in the 90s. And then if you wait and don't do anything, at some point, you're going to get potholes developing. And I'm sure many of you have experiences with potholes. That's what we would consider a very poor or failed street. So when we have the scale of 0 to 100, we kind of look at, well, where does every single agency fit on that scale? And the colors that you see here are correlated to the colors I just showed you on that scale. So you can see that on the left-hand side of the chart, there are 4 agencies: Orange Cove, San Joaquin, Mendota, and Huron, that aren't in great shape. They're in sort of that poor condition with a pavement condition index of less than 50. And then we have a chunk of agencies in the county that are in the blue category, or what we would consider fair. And then finally, over on the far right-hand side, you have Clovis and Kermit, which are doing pretty well. Their pavement condition index, or PCI, is at 71. So we take all these numbers, we average them, and it's weighted by the number of miles. And what we have, the county average is 64.8. And coincidentally, if you look at this dotted dash line here, that's the statewide average is 65. So the statewide average is the average of 540 cities and counties in California. So I would say that your average is right smack consistent with the statewide, but you do have a few cities here that are probably going to need some investments in order to improve their road network. The one thing I will add here too is many people ask me, what's a good PCI target to be at? And I usually say at this point that that's a policy decision, right? And the example I use is my daughter. You know, if my daughter came back from school and she says, I got a math grade of 75, I might say, that's pretty good. You know, it's better than what I did when I was in high school, and even though I am an engineer. Or I might say, you need to work a little bit harder if you want to, you know, get into UC. That's a policy decision. So where we are with this 64.8, whether what you consider good or bad, that's up to you to decide. But what I can share with you and what our firm and our team has done is to kind of give you the financial consequences of what these targets are. Now, I also want to take a moment and compare where Fresno is with other agencies. And you can see here that all the way on the right-hand side, we've got Placer County, Riverside County, San Francisco. They're in the 70s or 70 up to as high as 75. And then on the far left-hand side, you've got San Benito, Mariposa County, Madera, Merced, Sacramento. So several counties in the valley that are not in great shape. And then Fresno is solidly in the middle there with the 65. So not bad, but probably not as good as it could be either. And you can also see Los Angeles is here at 68. So now that we know the condition, the next part is the dollars, right? I mean, how much are we going to need? And in order to do that, we look at maintenance strategies. So these are some typical maintenance strategies that we have from all the agencies that we talked to. We sat down with them. We had a couple hour meetings. We went over the construction strategies, maintenance strategies. We looked at the bid tabs, and we came up with some unit costs. And generally speaking, what this chart represents is if you look at this black line, that's the life cycle of a pavement. It gradually deteriorates, and then over time, it starts to have a very steep deterioration. And when the pavement is in pretty good shape in sort of that green category, that good, it doesn't cost a lot to maintain it. Here you can see $1.50 to $11 a square yard for a seal. That's pretty good. But if we don't do anything and let it continue to deteriorate, it's going to cost a little bit more. Thin overlays, about $25 to $75 a square yard. Thick overlays, now ranging up as much as almost $96 a square yard. And finally, if you have to reconstruct it, $145, $146 a square yard. So the parallel here is if you keep your roads in good condition, it's not going to cost a lot of money to maintain it. But if you let it deteriorate until you need to reconstruct it, it's going to cost a lot. And that's kind of what we're trying to share with all of you is what can we do to bring you up into what we would call the good condition and then maintain it at that point. So some people have asked, why does it cost so much to fix roads? Well, you've all, I think, experienced inflation. It doesn't take much. I was at Safeway over the weekend and, an avocado cost $4 each. And I was kind of shocked by that. Inflation's there, right? It's real. And what we've done over the last almost 15 years is we've tracked what these construction costs are. And you see, we have data going all the way back to 2008. This is the cost of an overlay. And if you look at back 2008, the cost all the way through 2018, through that recession that we had, were kind of sort of almost flat. I mean, they went up a couple percentage points, but really they're sort of flat. But beginning in 2018 onwards, the cost started rising. And between 2022 and 2026, our data shows that costs have increased over 20%. This is labor, this is materials, this is equipment. Everything costs more. So what we're trying to make sure you have a good handle on is the costs we have are current, and the 2025 costs Okay, so there we have to include some inflation on it when we look at the future. But basically, this kind of just gives you an idea. Things that are going to cost more in the future. So one of the things we looked at now is how much money, what are all the different funding sources in the Fresno County and what are they? Well, probably the most highest priority for roads anyway is RMRA, or we also call it SB1. But it's not a sustainable revenue source. We know that cars are getting more fuel efficient, so they buy less gas. We know that zero emission vehicles are getting more and more popular. There are targets that the state has set. And so there's an expectation that this revenue source is probably going to drop about 6% annually until 2035, and then it may be flat after that. We also have federal money. That's the STBG, or the Surface Transportation Block Grant, that brings in a chunk of money, and that is expected to grow about 3% annually. And then, of course, locally in Fresno, Measure C is a big part of that three-legged stool, and it's estimated to be about 130 million in 27-28, probably grows about 4% a year. And hopefully, if all things work out, maybe a portion, 65% that will be allocated to local roads. So that grows to quite a lot, about 162 million, thereabouts a year. So what we did then is we look at the future funding levels, we look at what money you have, and we tried to run in multiple scenarios. And we looked at the next 10 years. And we ran three scenarios. The first, given the existing funding level, what is that consequence of that funding level? The second is, how much does it cost to maintain it at our current PCI of 64.8, around 65, let's say? And then finally, the third scenario was, how much would it cost to stretch? Give ourselves a stretch goal and to improve it to 70. So here's the first slide, and it's kind of busy, and I'll walk you through it. This is scenario one. This is a chart in 26, what the total funding available is for roads. And it's about 45 million plus or minus a year. And all the different colors are from the different agencies. So you see this purple right here is Clovis. And then there's a little sliver of green, which is Coalinga. And then there's Fireball. And then the next part of green, which I think is Fowler. And then we have the city of Fresno at 12 million, the county of Fresno at 10. And so it builds up. And you can see it's pretty consistent over the next 10 years, right? It's around $45 million all the way across for the next 10 years. So if we add it all up, it's about 436 million over the next 10. And unfortunately, what's going to happen is that the PCI is going to decrease to 48. So that's one metric that we try to measure. The second metric I want to share with you is the deferred maintenance, or what we call, the unfunded backlog. And what this is this is all the roads that need to be fixed, but we don't have money to fix them. And it was sitting around almost $3 billion of repairs that need to be made right now in 2026. Under the existing funding, this shockingly grows very rapidly, and it doubles to 6.2 billion by 2034. And I want you to think of this, both the two metrics we're talking about, the PCI and the deferred maintenance. And the analogy I like to use here is an iceberg. There's a tip of the iceberg, there's only 1/7 that you see, but the majority of the iceberg is under the waterline, okay? The PCI is a relatively insensitive metric. That's the tip of the iceberg. It gives you one number, but you need to look at what's under the waterline too, and that's the unfunded backlog. This hole that we're in, this $2.98 billion hole, it says the forecast is that hole is going to double in size in 10 very short years. So I think that's something to be concerned about. The next one we looked at was scenario 2. We said, well, if we want to keep the PCI around 65, how much money will it take? And you can see here, there's a little bit of fluctuation, but overall, we're going to need over the next 10 years about $3.1 billion. And that's a lot of money, right? That's 2.6 more than scenario 1. So this 3.1 billion though will keep us at 65. That's the tip of the iceberg. And let's look at the bottom of under the waterline, and you'll notice now the deferred maintenance is relatively stable. Very different picture than what you just saw. We are at able to keep it at now, drag it down to 2026 to about 2.6 billion. And by the end of 10 years, it's relatively stable around $3 billion. That's good news. The last scenario we ran is what would it take to improve the PCI to 70? And here we're going to need about 3.8 billion. And again, you can see, there's different levels of funding for every agency, and it fluctuates over time. But if we add it all up, it's about 3.8 billion. And now here's the really interesting part of the story. What you can now see is we're finally able, on the unfunded maintenance, we finally begin to eat away at it, and it brings it down to about 2.3 billion. What this means for all of you as residents and users of the road network, you will see significantly improved roads. You will see more good roads than you have now, and that's a good part of the story. But you'll need about, like I said, $3.8 billion over the next 10 years. Here's what a comparison of the pavement condition index, or the PCI, for all three scenarios. The blue line is what it would look like if we, under the existing funding level, about 45 billion, million a year. It's going to be deteriorate to about 48. That's not good territory. If we were to maintain it at 65, it stays flat, of course, and then that would need about 310 million a year. And then finally, if we wanted to improve it slowly over time, over the next 10 years to 70, we'd need about $380 million a year. So kind of in conclusion, this is a summary slide that shares with you all the scenarios. Here's the current condition with an average PCI of 65. And we added two other metrics to share with you. And these are the last two columns of this table. You currently have about 44% of the network in good shape. That's pretty good news, right? I mean, almost half is in good shape. But you also have a quarter of the network in poor, very poor. That's not good news. So under the existing funding scenario 1, even though, and you see here that the PCI does drop, as I said, but this is dramatic. Now, look at these two numbers. They kind of flipped. Almost half the network will be in very poor condition, and about a third will be in good condition. That's pretty dramatic. If we were to somehow find that $300 million and maintain it, we see some significant improvements. Even though the PCI may not change very much, look at this. Your network condition, 2/3 of the road network will be in pretty good shape. And then only, we maintain about a quarter still in not so good, but this is the big dramatic change in that metric. And then finally, if we were able to squeeze another, 70 million plus or minus and get it to good condition, you can see that 3/4 of your network is now in good shape. And then we've managed to eat away at that very poor to about 17%. And that's real progress that we are able to make. So that's kind of pretty much the long story to share with you that there are some real financial decisions here, and hopefully we've been able to share with you what those implications are. And happy to answer any questions. And I do have Sharon Masagi with me as well. He is our project manager for this.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Is there any board members that would like to ask any questions?
I just want to say thank you for the presentation, and it's very, embarrassing to see the roads, especially over there in the west side, 3 or 4 cities to be the bottom 3 of the county. It's just a reflection of how much 2000 C measure screw us up.
Any other comments or questions? Oh, Kalinga?
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment that this is why it's so important that money goes to roads, because we have an indicator right here. We just got a big presentation of why a large portion should go to roads. And it also may make the claim by listening to this of how poorly the previous measure failed to address local roads, and why we might need more money to local roads. Thank you.
Well, Mayor Vaughn?
I have a question with regards to the data. Are you able to break the roads down to where we can actually see how much it costs for the regional connectivity portions? Or is that included in the county's number? So that
When you say
because, I'm trying to compare right now. So right now we're looking at Measure C moving forward. So it shows us what we're getting. But on your report, is there a way to break it down where you can kind of go, you got all the cities, but of all these roads, can you break down to us the number that is the regional connectors? What are those? How much, how good those roads are, or is that difficult to do? Is that?
the answer is if those roads are identified as part of a regional connector in the databases of the agencies, yes, we can pull them out for you. We can tell you what the average PCI is. We can tell you how much it would cost to maintain them. If it's a road, a regional connector that hasn't been built yet, no, then we don't know because we're only looking at existing roads.
And I'll also
And
chime in on this point as well, real quick. The analysis that is conducted here does not include any state highway system roads.
Okay.
This is only local jurisdiction roads. So any Caltrans state route is not
Those aren't
included in this analysis, no.
Okay. And then my second question is, you're saying in 10 years, if we go for scenario 3, they get all roads up to sort of that 7.0, it'll cost us almost 4 billion. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. How long does that last? Is it that last chart where you said 17% will be below? Is that chart?
Yeah, let me
So in
I'll
10
bring
years,
back
we get everything to 70. How long does, in other words, how much do we get for the expenditure that we put in? And so does it last?
So what that would do is we have not run the analysis beyond the 10 years, but we could. For instance, what we could do is once you get to a PCI of 70 at the end of 10 years, how much does it cost to maintain it at 10? If that's the question you're asking, we can certainly do that. If you wanted to eliminate all the failed roads to 1 or 2%, it would probably cost a little bit more money than that. But we could run that too if you have a target in mind.
Then I guess this last question is more for the staff. So if I look at sort of the allocations, the 4.8 billion, does that get us to this 10-year, even though it's a 30-year measure?
No.
So
It doesn't.
I'll chime in on that.
Not in 10 years.
Well, I'll
But
chime
in
in.
30?
Let me take a swing at this.
Yeah.
This is just when we look at the measure, right? That's just the local portion, right? There is state and federal revenues that 3.8 billion needs to be encompassing of all federal, state, and local dollars. So I know you'll want to look at this and kind of do the eye test of, is there enough? There is state and federal dollars that are also brought into the system to help with this, with local maintenance. And so I just want to make that point that there is significant revenues that come in that aren't going to be Measure C dollars specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then I guess I will make a defense for the rest of the county is if we're arguing that it's not enough, yet how come Kerman and us can do it? Is sort of the question, right? So maybe there is enough. It's just how efficient everyone is. Because if there's a couple cities who can do it already, it must be okay. Then where are we getting the money to do it? Because we're hitting the number, meaning the 70%. And so I think there's some argument to where, okay, maybe there is sufficient funds as well. Not that, we will always take more money. So
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Mayor Vaughn. I think there's that portion that how do you do it, right? How did those two cities have on the 70? It's possible. You guys are doing it. But the reality is that some cities are, different. Like, for example, Mendota, the whole east side of Mendota used to belong to the county. That whole thing, it's, very, very bad.
If I could chime in Selma, we're looking at $100 million to get up to budget in 10 years. Measure C is not going to fund that whole thing. I wish it would, but it will help. But just to answer your what you were asking on Mayor, look at the San Francisco, look at the Bay Area. They're in the 70s. Those are big money areas. Income per capita, compare our income per capita to Selma's, and it's different. And our sales tax is right behind yours because of the auto dealerships. But it gets stretched pretty thin. We still have areas in our town where there are no sidewalks. So, I mean, we still have to hit those basic needs. So hitting 60 on our PCI is a goal that we can make better. But look at the amount of money it's going to take. And we have a lot of other needs in our city, like a recreation center that we're going for right now. So there are lots of needs there that we don't have that, frankly, Clovis has already. So we're trying to get there. We're certainly not slackers. We're trying hard, and we want to develop and get impact fees. But there are areas in our town that are not developing where you're not going to get development and impact fees. So that's why we're looking really closely at the PCI and looking at Measure C and the street and road allocations.
Yeah, I got it. There's a couple of answers. Scott mentioned one that he talked about the Bay Area, the roads being better. You got to remember those counties were high tax counties before Prop 13. So like in Fresno County, when people pay their property tax, only about 13.5% stays local, where in those counties, it's in the low 20s. So that's one thing. Here's another thing. This is not a knock on Clovis. Clovis is a fairly newer city, has huge amount of areas that were built in the last 30 years. So just that is going to give them better roads. The answer to Kerman, they must be awful efficient with how they get their roads taken care of. Either that or things aren't counted correctly. And I'm not really sure on, you talk about conductivity. I think Mohammed would be the only one that knew if some of the county roads, because some of them are connectors, obviously Manning, is a connector and that's not a state highway. Jensen, a connector, it's not a state highway. Mount Whitney is a connector, it's not a state highway. So you would have to ask our staff, if they're even counted, how she counts them. They might not be counted that way.
Okay, Kalinga?
Yeah, I wanted to point out that I think that a lot of this has to do with population size and also distance to Fresno. Because I look at this and I see Kalinga at 58, Fireball is at 54 on PCI. You look at Huron 46, Mendota 40, Orange Cove at 34, Reedley at 51, San Joaquin at 34. A lot of these places are a long distance away from Fresno. They also have very low populations. Mm-hmm. So where you have a low population, you still have to pay for the same administrative staff. You still have to pay for people to go out there and do the work, but you're not getting the benefit of having those heavy tax bases into there. And, to the point of what we're looking at, like how we're doing on spending that money, if you look, it looks like Kalinga is number one in average annual budget per mile, spending $1,958. But yet we have one of the worst PCIs. So I would say that our population and our distance to Fresno is really playing a toll into that. And I don't mean anything negative about that. I'm just saying that is the data. Mm-hmm. So thank you.
You're on.
So, and there's other occasions, and I think this is for awareness creation, of course, where the city's boundaries fit it like a glove. And additional tax revenue is not coming from ag, is not coming from oil, is not coming from any other industry. It's just what's within the city boundaries that's pretty tight, at least in our case. Therefore, we don't have these additional resources to leverage, to invest in the infrastructure. All we could work with is what we get from the county, that which is leveraged, right? Because what Measure C provides is leverage to pull down a lot more, right? Or what we get from the state. That's the only way we're able to try to get whole, but we're never whole. And it's always trying to fill that hole. The fix of streets is always playing catch up in rural communities like Huron, because we have a lot of heavy duty trucks that come through. The state takes care of us with State Route 269, but these other roads, they get beaten up. 9th Street leads to a lot of the packing. Well, what's left. Used to be heavy duty during the good Lechuga days, but that road gets beat up, and some of the other roads. So I'm ready to make it illegal to use heavy duty trucks on community roads, you know. But then, well, and there's just so much stuff, right? But yeah, there's communities on the west side that just are always playing catch up. There's never enough resources, and so that's a problem. And the last thing I want is for my families, the hardworking farm worker families that earn not that much but work so damn hard, to take up the burden of what needs to be invested for some of these roads where I think we could be more creative on doing that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Any from the public?
Motion.
Okay, hearing none, so do I have a motion? I did open it first. There's no comments. Any comments from the public? Hearing none, so did you?
I motion to move forward, approve the Measure C, these regional payment management system update.
Second.
Second from here on, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We can move on to the next item. The next item is the Measure C Safe Routes to School Program funding recommendations, and that is Simmer.
Good evening, Simran Jady, Principal Planner here at Fresno COG. The Measure C funding for a new regional Safe Routes to School program was identified late last year as a direction from the Policy Board's subcommittee for Safe Routes to School. The funds were made available from existing Measure C programs that were underutilized. And so the Measure C Safe Routes to School allocation aims to support transportation projects serving primary and secondary students in accessing public school facilities, just to enhance those children walking and biking, prioritizing those schools with significant safety concerns and the communities with fewer transportation options. The call for projects was open for 3 months, and Fresno COG received 18 applications totaling over $17 million, with only $6 million available. And so due to the oversubscription of the program, the scoring committee led a very exhaustive and extensive review and worked diligently to select the projects for funding. So the applications that were awarded are listed here in your agenda, and the full list of applications or projects that were applied to the program are attached to the agenda item. So 7 out of the 18 projects were selected for funding, with 2 being fully funded and 5 partially funded. The projects that were funded are the City of Selma's Rose Avenue and Olive Avenue crosswalks, City of Parlier's Madsen Avenue Safe projects, City of Sanger's Fowler Switch Canal pedestrian bridge, City of Reedley's TL Reed Safe Routes to School project, City of Fowler's Safe Routes to School project, City of Mendota's Safe Routes to School Master Plan implementation, and the County of Fresno's Cantua Elementary pedestrian pathway. So due to the highly competitive nature of this program, the jurisdictions that did apply, of those, only 2 cities were not awarded. The scoring committee set precedent for projects that would raise the equity in these locations, such as paving formerly dirt paths and creating high visibility for safe access for the schools or for the school routes. And collectively, these projects serve 20 schools in our region. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Just have a comment here. I want to say thank you very much for doing this, and especially thank you for everybody that make this happen. I know 2 years ago we started the conversation, or probably more than that, 3 years ago, how to make our safe routes to school, kids walking to school safer. And then Terry Ago was able to scrap in the bottom of the barrel $6 million. And then I know the city of Fresno and the city of Clovis decided and said that they're not going to be competing for these $6 million and leaving them out for all the other jurisdictions. And then we created a subcommittee. Lynn Ashbeck was part of it. She's back there, and you know, we all pushed this forward, and now we're seeing this here finally, and we're putting our kids first and fixing the roads where our kids walk. So thank you very much for everybody involved in this. Appreciate it.
I just had a question. For those that are only partially funded, will those to the cities, Parlier, Sanger, Reedley, Fowler, Mendoza. Can you complete it, or is it, oh, well, now we're gonna have to get a look for the remaining? So if it's not gonna be complete, there's no point in allocating it. Let's fund them, those that can be completed and they can do it. So I just want to hear, so that way we are assured they are being spent and not being put into a bank online.
Yeah.
On behalf of Reedley, yes. I can't speak for
Okay.
anybody else, but yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
what
wanna make
happened,
sure.
and I do want to echo a little bit of Victor. Thank you to Clovis and Fresno for
Yeah.
for that
Yeah,
site.
thank you.
Same on behalf of Mendoza.
906, assuming it goes through this 906, pay goes far for City of Reedley.
And the city of Sanger, this project is on our capital improvement plan, and we do have the funding.
Go ahead,
If I
Summer.
could just address those comments. So staff did reach out to each of the cities that are receiving partial funding to ensure that they'd still be able to complete the main elements of the project prior to establishing this in the agenda. So
Yeah.
thank you.
And that was one of the reasons Selma applied for crosswalk projects, very specific crosswalk projects. We didn't get them all funded, but we got a big one and we had 2 fatalities. So this is absolutely going to save lives. We're very grateful for this funding.
Dyer, did you have a question or comment?
No, I was just going to comment that, anytime there's a smaller pool of money, I think it has much more advantage being utilized by the smaller jurisdictions. And I think that was the very reason why Clovis and Fresno said, let the other jurisdictions use it, because you can get a lot more bang for the buck versus what we can. So
Yeah, thank you for that. Any other comments? Hearing none. Any from the public?
I'm new here. Lynn Ashbeck, City of Clovis. I just want to say this is such a great day. And sometimes in local government, you wonder if you ever see anything finished. And to see this is when this COG board in 2023 said no kid should walk to school in Fresno County and worry about getting hit by a car. This was our first step. So to staff, we did it. I'm not sure Paul and Simon thought it was possible. Yeah, I think it's so great. So anyway, just celebrate what local government can do when they work together. And thanks to staff and all of you. It's well done. We'll figure out the rest in the next round of funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Okay, hearing none, so we can move on. And that is a motion from Reedley and second from Kermit. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries, and we can move on to the next item, and that's item C, the TIFIA funding appropriation supplement funding recommendations, and this is Blake. Is it Blake? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. So we'll be discussing the TIFIA program. So what that is Congress is transferring unused funding from the Transportation Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act, known as the TIFIA program, into the Surface Transportation Block Grant Program, which many of you guys are familiar with, for reallocation. The funds distributed to California were pursuant to the Fiscally Responsible Highway Funding Act of 2024, which was passed in December, made its way to our desks this late September. So we've been looking into this for the past month and a half. Typically what this is, it's a loan to help finance It's typically a loan to help finance eligible projects up to 49% at low interest rates typically set up by the U.S. Treasury. These apportionments are a one-time ordeal that we understand, and they are also, new and available to use for SDBG eligible type projects. The process for implementing these projects thus mirrors SDBG apportionment given to member agencies. Caltrans District 6 is aware of these funds and understands the process for requests to be the same as well. The total reporting and total amount distributed to Fresno County agencies will be $1,503,976. So Fresno COG has determined that the most responsible methodology to distribute these funds is to go back to the recently implemented contingency list from this previous SDBG call, which we know did convene in June and was voted into place back in July by you all. So when we analyze that cumulative score sheet, we do see the top 2 highest scoring projects on the board as eligible, and they were as determined by our selected evaluators. to receive these new TIFIA funds. So these two projects that we'd like to move forward with would be the City of Sanger's Academy Avenue rehabilitation, 4th Street to California Avenue, as well as the City of Mendoza's Smoot Avenue improvements. There is an attachment that's part of the item. I did make a small error I'd like to correct. I did just reverse the City of Sanger and City of Mendoza's to apportionment award, so I do apologize for that. Everything else on the page is correct, though. Again, these two respective projects applied for combined a total of $1,500,815. These funds, therefore, will be converted into nearly 100% of the TIFIA apportionment. To receive these funds, Fresno COG asks that the above named agencies comply with these set deadlines, which means they must obligate by September 30th, 2028 in the FY 27-28 federal fiscal year, or risk forfeiture. Therefore, staff convene with both member agencies to confirm that all phases of the project will be programmed by this deadline, and that each member agency was a good financial standing to set forward the correct apportionment of 11.47% federal match. Therefore, staff has also asked each member agency to subsequently provide a signed resolution, which they promised to do so by December 31st, 2025. And with that being said, that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Blake. Just on the apportionment award summary you mentioned right now, the cities are flipped, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. You're gonna pick.
My apologies. Yes.
Any other comments or questions? Hearing none. Any from the public? Okay, none. So do we have a motion to approve?
Second.
Huron and Mendota, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries, and we can move on to the next item, and that's the 2026 Measure C statistically valid survey results.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as part of the 2026 Measure C renewal effort, Fresno COG had contracted with the survey firm Fairbanks, Maslin, Maudlin, Metz and Associates, or FM3, for 2 statistically valid surveys of likely voters throughout the Fresno region as part of the measure. The first survey was conducted October 9th through the 20th and included 1,600 voters, a little over 1,600 voters, with a base sample of 783 respondents concentrated in the urban areas, with an oversampling of about 877 in the smaller rural areas outside of Fresno and Clovis. So the question, the survey focused primarily on support for continuing Measure C and the top transportation priorities for Fresno County's residents. And today we have Adam from FM3 who will present you with kind of a top line examination of the and results of that polling. So, Adam.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm going to share my screen with the slide deck here. Hopefully that's popping up for you any moment. And I'll take you through the results and then happy to take any questions at the end. So first, let me just give you the context of the methodology of the survey. Robert mentioned it was done October 9th to the 20th of this year. We surveyed people who would be considered likely November 2026 voters in the county, meaning they have a past history, they've registered to vote, and they vote a little more frequently than just people that show up once every 4 years to vote for president and then never come back, since this is a midterm election. As Robert mentioned, we've got 1,660 survey interviews. 783 is what we consider the base sample, sort of the countywide sample. We did 877 additional interviews in those smaller regions outside of Fresno and Clovis so that we can make sure that we have more statistical reliability in the results coming from those communities. In the end, the results are weighted back to the expected proportions of the likely voters in each community. So just because we did the extra interviews in those smaller regions, they're not getting more weight in the total survey results. We just have more reliability in the answers that we're getting from those areas. We have a margin of error for questions asked of everybody of plus or minus 3.6%. There are some questions you'll see where we've asked half the sample one wording, half the sample a different wording. In that case, because we're splitting the sample, we've got a somewhat larger margin of error. In terms of the outreach, this was done with telephone calls with live telephone interviewers on cell phones and landlines, and also with an online survey option where people were invited via email or text message. they could take the survey one time, not both. And the online survey is not like one of the ones that you might see on Facebook or Nextdoor where, you could take it 20 times. You could send it to all your friends for them to take it. It's protected, so each random voter who receives the link to the survey can only do it one time. We have done surveys in the past on this issue, so 2021, 22, and 23. We offer the survey in English and Spanish. You might see something that doesn't quite add up to 100% because we've rounded decimal points. Here's just an illustration of the way the sample came together in terms of the number of interviews in each of 8 regions around the county. You can see if you start in Region 3, the Fresno Clovis metro area, there's 608 interviews there. And then you could see 200 in the Northwest, 116 in the Southwest, et cetera. And that's how we're getting to that overall total. Again, the numbers eventually weighted back to the expected proportions of respondents in each area to get us a good demographically representative survey sample. We had the central charge of testing the viability of a renewal measure or continuation measure. We find the best way to test the viability of any measure in a survey is to put together a hypothetical 75-word ballot question of the kind that voters would read when they vote. And so what we've done here is just created this draft for people to respond to, not trying to get ahead of you all in terms of what the exact language of that measure could be, but we need something for people to react to. You can see it's got a title in bold, continuing street, highway, freeway transportation repairs and upgrades. And then in the body, we're leading with the fact that it's not raising tax rates and then giving some illustrative examples of how funding could be used. We can't possibly mention everything in great detail in the limited number of words that we have. And we're also trying to make sure we're reflecting both voters' top priorities and the county's top priorities, the COG's top priorities, to make sure we're giving people an accurate reflection of what this measure could do. So we mentioned repair potholes, keep roads, highways, and transportation infrastructure safe and in good condition in all communities, address speeding and unsafe driving, provide safer routes to school, keep bus fares low, improve public transit air quality, create local jobs. Then we have some legally required language, continuing Fresno County's existing half-cent transportation sales tax, providing approximately $246 million annually for 30 years. So all of that where we're mentioning the tax rate, the amount of annual revenue, and duration is required. And then we included some accountability language, you could call it, spending disclosure audits, all funds for Fresno County. Those are things inherent in the measure, but not everybody knows that, and it can be helpful for them to be reminded that that's part of this, built into the measure. So here's the initial response to that ballot question before we've given people information about, why the measure is important or why you're putting it on the ballot, just, without any additional context. So we get a clean read on the way they feel. We've got 3/4 of voters who favor this potential continuation measure on the initial reading. You see a total yes of 75%. Compared to a total no of 19% and undecided of 5%. As I mentioned, we have a margin of error here of plus or minus, call it 3.5% to make the math a little bit easier. So that means statistically, we couldn't rule out the possibility that support's down around 71.5 or as high as 78.5. That's all within the possibility of the range of the survey. But we also want to look at the intensity with which people hold the opinions that they have, not just the total yes and total no. So if they said yes or no, we said, is that definitely yes or probably yes? Definitely no or probably no? And if they said they were undecided, we ask if they're leaning towards voting yes or if they're leaning towards voting no. And you can see that broken out in the different colors on this chart. I think helpfully for the measure, the intensity is clearly on the yes side in addition to the total. We have almost half of respondents saying they would definitely vote yes on this compared to 14% who say they would definitely vote no, and a relatively low pure undecided here of 5%. Again, just reacting to that ballot question, whatever's in their mind before they start taking the survey. We mentioned that one of the big goals of this survey is to understand the priorities of the likely voters as it relates to the many ways that funding from this measure could be used or the outcomes that could come from the measure being approved, elements of the measure that could be included in it that aren't specifically ways funding could be used. And so we gave them a pretty lengthy list. And we asked them to rate them on a scale from 1 to 7, where 7 being the most important and 1 being not at all important to them. We've taken the ratings of 6 and the rating of 7, combined those into the dark blue here. We're calling that very important. The lighter blue would be a 5 on that scale. That's a somewhat important. So it still has meaning, it's just not as strong. 4 here is neutral. And then because lots of things are important, there are relatively low percentages in the 1 to 3 range. We've grouped those all together. And then on the right, you've got a mean score, an average score on that 1 to 7 scale. The top priorities for voters, really near the top, you can see repairing potholes at 82%, 6 or 7. You also see repairing and upgrading streets, roads, and transportation infrastructure, whether we mentioned that that's in all communities or we don't mention that it's in all communities. That's the meaning of the underline here. In that case, we're at 75 or 73%. Further in the realm of infrastructure, we've got upgrading structurally declining bridges and overpasses at 72. We also have prioritizing road funding to the roads in the worst condition, maintaining 911 emergency vehicle access, a little bit of accountability and sort of elements here requiring a public review of the measure's funding priorities every 10 years, or third from the bottom, ensuring the measure does not raise tax rates. And then lastly, the one that's not really a road condition, but is still dealing with roads in general, and that's reducing traffic congestion at 72%, very important. If I move on, you'll get to the next set of priorities here. These are still quite high, right? We're over 2/3 on many of these items of people calling them very important. They're just a little bit below the others. Again, we have more road improvement items, repairing, upgrading roads, including in rural and historically disadvantaged neighborhoods. We've got a little bit more about traffic, so reducing bottlenecks on highways and freeways is second. We tried some different language, improving traffic flow and safety on highways and freeways. That's down here in the middle. That was 65. Then you start to see also some of the public transportation funding opportunities, protecting low-cost senior transportation options. Or second from the bottom on this slide, keeping bus fares low for students, seniors, veterans, and the disabled. You can see some other items as well, synchronizing traffic signals, creating local jobs, improving traffic flow in terms of funding purposes. And then again, a little bit of the outcomes or the elements that would be built into this, ensuring all communities get their fair share, and just generally continuing voter-approved transportation funding. Further along here on the same question, again, looking at some different language, different items, maintaining public transportation services, a high priority along with providing safer routes to school, but about 15, 20 points lower than potholes and street repairs as you saw in the first slide. Addressing speeding and unsafe driving and that kind of safety, preventing cuts to public transportation services, safety for pedestrians. We've got kind of a range of things here where we're seeing priorities around 60%, give or take. I'll just point out here, keeping bus fares low when we don't mention those sort of targeted groups of senior students, veterans, and the disabled is definitely a lower priority. It's helpful for people to hear those groups that would benefit most from the bus fares being low. We've got, in addition, adding lighted stop signs on rural roads, improving air quality. These are all, again, reasonably high priorities, just not as substantial as what we were showing you on the first couple of slides. In addition to understanding priorities and getting an initial read on the vote, so to speak, we wanted to ask people about some information and provide them reasons that this measure could be considered. What's the benefits? What's the reason for doing this? And ask them if it made them more inclined to favor the measure. Where we see the most impact on those educational statements is when we get into detail for each city in the county, the rating of their streets by independent engineers as either fair, poor, or very poor. So you see in bold there it says city, parentheses, comma, X%. That means in each city we had a unique fact to point out. When we make that point and we tell them that the measure could continue to fill potholes, fix streets, make them safer, we find 77% who say that makes them more inclined to favor the measure. We also had a strong reaction when we indicated the potential for cuts if the measure does not pass and what that could mean to the transportation system, as well as fiscal accountability provisions. I mentioned at the start when we were looking at the ballot question, some of the things that we want to make sure voters understand. As you know, there's always skepticism about if a measure gets passed, is it really going to go to the things that we want it to go to? And this is explaining some of the ways that that can be managed. So we gave them another chance to look at the ballot question. We also gave them some statements from potential opponents of the kinds of things that typically come up when these kinds of measures are raised in terms of taxes and wasteful spending, et cetera, and asked the ballot question a third time. So this is slides kind of taking you through the passage of the survey as we did the initial vote on the left. I showed you earlier at 75 to 19. When we provided those informational statements, and I showed you some of the top statements there, it went up a little bit to 77 to 16. You can see the definitely yes now is at 53%. After we provided a potential statement from opponents, we still find the measure retaining support at 72%, so above the 2/3 threshold and outside the margin of error if you're looking at that 72% to 18%. So I am happy to stop there and take any questions that you may have.
Okay, where do we start? Any questions?
I had a question. Did they take a study with regards to a 20 versus 30 year, and why not? Was that a question?
Yeah.
No, the answer to the question is it looked only at, correct me if I'm wrong, Adam, but the survey looked only at a 30-year measure, and it was because at that point that was the steering committee's recommendation.
That's correct.
How do these numbers compare to 22?
Great question. So at the outset of the survey, sort of the initial vote and the vote after education in 22, they were a little bit stronger than this by a couple points, actually. By the time you get to the final vote, the vote after opposition, and sorry, I'm just checking my old data here. The final vote's basically the same. I think what you'll see or what you're aware of is in that 2022 surveys, we only tested the one measure on the ballot. We didn't have visibility to the potential for multiple sales tax measures on the ballot. So same with this survey, we're just testing the viability of this one. At this time, too early for us to speculate about something else that could be on the ballot that could impact people's thinking on this measure.
Yeah, I think you answered my question. So there was no scenario or survey question regarding having opposing ballot measures.
That's correct, Mayor. Just the questions about this measure.
Okay.
I got one question. You had the survey analysis of where you did the survey. Can you put it back in again?
This one?
Yes. Now, what was the percentage in the metro Fresno area that were, what was the percentage of the total sample?
Percentage of okay, so let me just make sure I answer the right question for you. Are you asking about the percentage of the sample that we got or the percentage of likely voters that are in that area?
No, what samples you got back from that area?
Yeah, so 38% of our total respondents are from that Fresno metro area. And then we weighted back all of the other regions so that ultimately when the results that I'm showing you are reflecting a sample where 79% of the responses are weighted to be from the Fresno Clovis metro area, that region 3 you see on the map here.
Yeah.
And that's reflective of at least projections of the percentages of likely voters from that region and all the other regions. Of course, we don't know precisely what the turnout will be in a November 2026 election.
Right. It would have been nice if you had the two northern city council districts and add the city of Clovis to it.
Yeah, that's an analysis we're able to do.
need to do that.
Happy to share.
You know, I got a saying, and you probably not like it. You know, there's liars, damn liars, and statisticians.
Sure. Uh-huh.
I think if I look at this right, it looks like a little less than a third of the people surveyed were from the Fresno Clovis Metro, but the
That's right. Yeah.
population of the Fresno Metro area is about 70% of Fresno County, right?
The turnout
Yeah.
the high.
And of likely voters, we think that Region 3 will be about 79%. And so, again, when we get to the results we showed you, we're reflecting those percentages. Basically, we've gotten, I don't want to say extra data, we've gotten more detailed information from the other regions. And then in the survey structure or analysis, weighted that back to those expected proportions. So in reality, that when you're looking at how people felt on the measure and those priorities, that's to the best of our ability reflecting the actual demographics of where people live, how old they are, what party they're in, what gender they're from, et cetera.
Yeah.
Are you able to tell with regards to the no, there's the 14%, 11%, like geographically at least where those numbers are? So that way, or is it pretty much spread out? Can you give us that analysis? So at least we can know that the strong no's are sort of in this area.
Yeah, so you're thinking of this initial vote where it's 19%.
On all of them, because there's the initial, there's the after information, and then after opposition. The no was pretty consistent. I can see there, but then where are the no's coming from? Do you have that?
Yeah, I do. So the no percentage is a little bit higher in the we'll call it the Fowler, Kingsburg, Selma area. I'm just going to take you back to the map so everyone's clear on the same idea here. The numbers were a little bit softer in that region 7 and 8, where there are relatively fewer voters, and the Northwest as well. I think what we saw, though, is that in all of the regions, support was close to or exceeding 2/3, so 66% or above in each region individually.
Any other question?
Yeah. So when you're looking at this, you said what it was 79% came from the Fresno Clovis metro area. Is that correct?
When it's all weighted, yeah, as you see here, these are the actual number of responses, but when we weight it back, it's reflecting again what we expect the likely voter pool to be, which is about 79% from the Fresno Clovis metro area.
Right. But you do have like 15 mayors here that, 13 of them are not from that area.
Yep. And that's why we wanted to get additional interviews from communities outside of that area and make sure we had better data to give you, as opposed to getting, 15 interviews in that Northwest region or 50, we got 200.
Well, it'd be nice to see what the differences in the priorities are in the smaller areas compared to the larger areas. Because I think if you look at the current weight of California right now, you can win a governorship with 2 cities, but yet that's not how demographically the rest of the state may think. And so to me, this kind of sits in the same boat here. We're taking 79%, which is a large population base, and you're taking the priority list from most of those as well. Am I correct?
Well, it's the same percentage, yeah. So that they're making up 80% of the weight of those answers. And again, just trying to reflect the demographics of the county overall.
Right, but unfortunately, we're all different, and so the more urban areas and the rural areas have different priorities, and so that's what I'm trying to sort out here when we're looking at voting on allocations and we're looking at voting on the way that the allocations are going to be applied. It's difficult when we have this based on 79% of 2 urban areas and you have 13 of the 15 cities that are rural. Do you have the data separated out by other places, like maybe by rural and urban?
We do. I mean, we have the data. It's not in a slide at my fingertips right now, but we have the data for all of the regions, the priorities across these regions. We have them by rural and not rural. We can do the 79% and the 21%. There's lots of ways we can look at that information if it's helpful.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I got one quick deal.
Sure.
Mayor Vosberg, the only point I was trying to make was the 22 measure died in the area of those two council districts in North Fresno and Clovis and Kingsburg. Not that there's anything, that's where it died.
Okay.
Chair, I have one last question. I really want to look into this opposition a little more because it's encouraging that even with opposition, you still get a 2/3. But I want to know, what was the opposition? What is it? Can you explain that more? Was it just, hey, it's a lot of transit, you don't like it? Oh, they still voted for it. What is the opposition? What were you asking? What were you telling?
No, it's a very good question. So the opposition was done basically in two ways. We had for everybody a general statement about cost of living and taxes, and no one wants to pay more. And we've been paying taxes for a long time, and roads still aren't as good as we want them to be. We also took from there half the sample and gave them a statement about that too much of the money is going to go to streets and roads and not enough to transit. And I'm paraphrasing here. And the other half got too much is going to transit and bike lanes and not enough to roads. And then we re-asked the ballot question, and there was only a 1 point difference between which version of that complaint we provided in terms of the way people ultimately responded, which is why we just gave you the total.
So should we be encouraged by that, or is it a false hope?
No, I think it's encouraging.
I'm serious because I mean, if we keep saying if there's opposition, I don't know, we'll get the 2/3, but this seems, 2022. I don't know how much opposition it was, but it made it where it failed.
So I mean, I'll make this just sort of context in the survey at least. We've provided a pretty healthy amount of information about the importance of the measure, what the impacts would be, what it would mean to a variety of priorities that people hold. And we made that case for voters before they heard anything from opposition. If that doesn't happen, if no one's making that case, then I can't tell you that this simulation is going to play out the way that it does in the survey, right? If people, all they hear is some statements from opponents about taxes and bad priorities and things like that, that 72 may not hold, right? And then the other factor, again, no crystal ball here, is what else is on the ballot? What else is in the external environment between now and then that we can't really project at this point?
And then, Madam Chair, my last question. I know I've been asking a lot of questions. These 3 buckets, initial vote, after information, and after opposition, 3 separate groups or just the same group, but now you're just giving them the 3 questions?
It's the same 1,660 people working their way through a survey. So at the beginning, that initial vote, that 1,660 people were being asked, I'll call it blind, right? Cold, no information other than what they already came in knowing. Then we gave them that information I've been describing, why it's important, what the outcomes would be, and we re-asked the same people the same question. Then we give them the opposition statement I just described, and the same people get the same ballot question a 3rd time.
Now that makes me worry, because after you give me information, then even if you give me something invalid, or I'm getting the same question. Am I for it already? Nature is, I will be for it. I don't care how much information you give me. I'm just talking about, so it would have been great if you got 3 whole separate groups. So that way we can look fresh at, here's an opposition, 1,600 of you, where are you at, with no other influence. It seems like I get a vote, now I'm influenced, meaning information, supporting it, making me feel good. And then you go, but what if this? Human nature is whatever I say, I kind of like to defend it. And so even if it's a survey, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll just say that is the very typical way that not just our firm, but almost all firms who do this work would test ballot measures. You want to understand if that information has an impact on people's thinking, and it's not just statistical noise because we had different samples. But again, you're making, I think, in some ways the same point I was making, but in some ways as a criticism, I'm saying that information needs to be provided to people in order for the simulation of the survey to be reflected in reality. There's no guarantee that that information just gets to people's hands. Someone has to take the active step of providing it.
Yeah, a follow-up question. I know you did not poll if in fact there were competing ballot measures, but what has been your professional experience in the past or opinion in terms of what happens if in fact there are two competing ballots at the same time?
In Merritt, when you say competing, I'm going to assume you mean on the same funding mechanism or the same topic. It's not helpful. There's almost no scenario where two measures on the same funding mechanism does not have some harmful effect, even if there was a sales tax that's about something totally different. Asking people to raise the same tax twice is not going to be beneficial. I can't tell you a number, like that will be 10 points off or 5 points off or 8 points off. That would come down to specifics, but yeah, it certainly wouldn't help.
Thanks, Ed.
He didn't understand your question, Mayor.
So
the answer that he gave, he didn't understand the question.
Yeah, so I'm not sure until you knew what those competing measures were, but I'm just saying if you had two measures that were competing on the same Measure C renewal, and they were by different groups who had different percentage breakdowns and allocations and different implementing guidelines, how that plays out. Does it help, hurt? What's the chances of both of them failing based on that?
Right. No, and I understand the context of what you're talking about. I can't see how it helps. The question, I think, something to consider just is the threshold for adoption of both of those measures, right? If they're both, if one is a 50% measure and one's a 2/3 measure, right? There's that consideration as well to be factored in, but there's almost no chance that it's helpful for, let's just say, this measure, for there to be a second measure that's also on the same topic.
Anyone else on the board? Okay, now I'll bring it out to the public. Anyone from the public have any comments? Okay, hearing none.
Can I have a little point of order? We're going to vote on something. What are we voting on?
Or
It's an information item.
it's just a
good.
survey.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
So I think there is a comment. Okay.
Ok, buenas tardes a todos. Estoy un poquito nerviosa porque escuchar esto es muy confuso para nosotros, personas como yo, comunes en la comunidad. Pero mi nombre es Francisca Albas, de Organización Las Panchas. Y lo primero que quiero decir es que nosotros apoyamos la transportación para todos y que queremos que los alcaldes y la comunidad trabajemos juntos para una buena comunidad más exitosa. Por lo pronto que voy a decir es que he escuchado muchos de arreglar autopistas, carreteras, baches, pero no se enfocan en lo que en realidad nuestra comunidad necesita, que es los autobuses públicos. Yo tengo 4 hijos que asisten a la universidad y al colegio y no tenemos ese lujo de tener un auto cada uno. Entonces, algunos de ellos tienen que transportarse en autobús el 100%. No sé si ustedes hayan tenido la necesidad de estar esperando 1 hora en el frío o 1 hora en el calor esperando un autobús. Y en ocasiones no se los levantan porque ya vienen llenos y tienen que esperar al siguiente. Es lamentable la verdad, porque ustedes saben, si un estudiante no llega a su clase, pues se pierde. Queda, de por sí ya están los estudiantes bien atrasados y más con esta problema, pues todavía está peor. Entonces, por favor, tomen en cuenta que los estudiantes necesitan el autobús público, que haya más autobuses públicos. Yo voy a decir 2 problemas que mis hijos han tenido. Yo lo veo porque yo lo llevo en donde los recogen los autobuses, con el frío o con la calor, pero allí estamos. Llega un autobús y dice que va a llegar en 2 minutos. Luego se pone ahí como se dice, en la placa esa que tiene los autobuses, que no va a llegar, que va a llegar después de 1 hora. También he llevado a mi hija y cuando el autobús llega no la levanta porque ya viene lleno, entonces se tiene que esperar 1 hora más y llega más tarde a su escuela y se pierden las clases. A lo mejor ustedes, los que están sentados allí enfrente, no saben la necesidad de un autobús público y las necesidades que tienen los estudiantes. Pero pónganse a pensar en la pobreza, no nada más en lo que tienen ustedes en sus casas. Piensen en la gente de bajos ingresos. Yo soy del sureste de Fresno, entonces es una área donde hay mucha necesidad.
Muchas
Y
gracias.
yo no sé, y déjenme, por favor, y déjenme decir, de la encuesta de la que ustedes hablan, yo tengo 4 hijos ciudadanos que pueden votar y a ninguno de ellos le hablaron para hacerles encuesta. Entonces, ¿de dónde sacan esta encuesta cuando yo tengo 4 votantes en mi casa? Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Y vamos a, por favor, respetar el tiempo de 3 minutos por persona.
She's going to
les pido,
translate.
por favor.
I'm an interpreter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I am a little bit nervous because I've been hearing everything and it's super confusing for some of us, specifically people like myself who are very common people in the community. My name is Francisca Alvas and I'm on here behalf of the Las Panchas organization. And the first thing that I would like to say is that we support transportation for all and that we want to make sure that the mayors and the community work together in order for us to have a successful community. And what I want to mention right now is that I've heard a lot about fixing freeways, fixing roads, fixing potholes, but you do not focus on what our community really needs. That is public buses. I have 4 children who are assisting to college and university, and we do not have the luxury of having each one of us a vehicle. And so some of them have to use the buses 100% of the time. I don't know if any of you have had the need to be waiting 1 hour in the cold or 1 hour in the heat waiting for the bus. And in certain occasions, they're not picked up because they're already full and they have to wait for the next one. And it is unfortunate. Some of you might know that if a student does not get to their classes on time, that class is lost. And there's already certain students that are behind, and even more with this problem, it gets worse. And so please take into account that students need the buses and they need that public transportation. There should be more public transportation. I'm going to talk about 2 problems that my children have had, and I've seen it because I take them to where the buses pick them up when it's cold or when it's hot, but we're still there. And a bus gets there and they say that it's going to get there in 2 minutes. But then the placard that is there on the bus, I don't know exactly what it's called. It says that it's not going to get there, that it's going to get there an hour later. Also, I've taken my daughter And once the bus gets there, it doesn't pick them up because it's full and she has to wait another hour. And so she gets to school even later and she loses out on her classes. Maybe some of you who are sitting up here don't know what that need is to have that public bus and the need that the students have. But please think about the people who are of lower income, not just what you guys have in your own homes. Think about the people who are of low income. I am from Southeast Fresno, and that's an area in which we have a lot of need. And at this point, time has ended, but please give me the time because that survey that you're talking about, I have 4 children who are citizens and who can vote, and none of them were called to make or to take that survey. So where are you getting this survey from when I have 4 voters at home? Thank you.
I'm impressed how you memorize all that. Damn.
Any other comments? Okay. There is no more comments. I will, okay, do we have one more comment? Sure, go ahead.
You know, I know in the past, we had Measure C in the past, and it worked, and we're developing roads. You know, this is the old saying, you know, I came out of a farm community where we had rough roads and, you know, rural areas were very tough. And I look now at what has happened. We have now 41, a new road on 41, 180, 168, you know, roads that are necessary. Now, you know, even Sequoia, we go up to the Sequoias on 41 going up, they fix the roads, transportation. I mean, you have to think about logically on the roads because you don't want to. I've seen some bumpy roads, potholes and everything growing up. I mean, it's damaging to the vehicles. Honestly, buses, cars, trucks, you know, especially when the trucks are on there. One of the gentlemen made a comment over there earlier where his community, we had heavy trucks, heavy potholes. When you have those areas devastated, it's damaging to the vehicles and your vehicles break down. It costs more money. And in a maintenance and even in transportation, buses, stuff like this, you know, it happens. So the logical thing to get to point A to point B is when you have a smooth road, it's easy. And I'll give you an example. The old Golden State project, that was an old road back in the days. I mean, heck, it was built back in the 50s. You look at it now, hey, it's a smooth road now. It alleviates some of the traffic off the Freeway 99. It's a new avenue for transportation to get off and ease traffic. You know, you have to think about transportation from roads. You want the smooth roads. I know the cost, it keeps going up. There's no doubt about it. And how do you incur the cost? Do you want to fix the roads or you want a bus? What is more important in your life? A smooth road or a bus that gets going to go across bumpy roads and potholes, and no telling what will happen to the bus as it gets to the designated point. But this thing in the past, it wasn't broken. You know, keep forward in what you're doing because I see as a kid growing up, hey, it's working, man. Especially on Manning. Manning Avenue was an old road too. You look at it now, it goes from Reedy to Parley or all these rural areas that were developed. The transportation made it happen with the roads and truck drivers and made everything generate money through the state and county and our cities.
Thank you.
And that's all I got to say. Think about the logic behind it. Thank you.
Okay, we're on the polls only. This is just for the polling that was just conducted.
Yeah,
Thank you.
don't be confused. Next we have the Measure C item. This is just the polls.
I
I'm speaking as a Sanger resident and as a mom whose 7-year-old has a lot of opinions about what his vision should be for the future. And I think that he's very excited about the idea of riding a bus, and he actually had to go to the city of Fresno with his grandma to ride him around in the city of Fresno system because we couldn't make it work in this in the rural system for him, and he was so excited about it. And he actually overheard his dad and I talking about the rail study survey that the COG sent out, and he was so excited. He actually made his dad reply to that using his own little email address that he has, talking about all the ways in which he would use a rail system in our community. And he talked about connecting it to the universities that he imagines going to. And so I hope that you are not just thinking of the past, but you think about these opinions as opinions that are looking to the future as well, like my 7-year-old. Thank you.
This is about the
Buenas noches. Un comentario muy rápido. Mi nombre es Priscila Herrera y vivo en el área rural de Easton. Yo creo que todos ustedes conocen Easton, está muy cerquita de aquí, en Avenida Fresno y 41, Avenida American y 41. He vivido ahí 30 años y desafortunadamente con tristeza he mirado que por 30 años mis carreteras no han sido arregladas. Recientemente fueron arregladas las avenidas principales Lincoln y Central, pero todavía tenemos mucho que arreglar en las calles que corren del sur al norte, como la West, la March y calles que atraviesan esas avenidas grandes, donde he sido testiga de cientos de accidentes porque no hay señales de alto. Esas señales están fuera del tiempo. Ahora hay mucha neblina, mucha lluvia y hay muchos accidentes. Quiero solamente hacer este comentario en base a las encuestas que se hicieron. Yo no soy de muchas estadísticas como ustedes, ni tengo educación como ustedes, pero yo solamente les quiero invitar que para mí la estadística de las encuestas es errónea, desde el punto que tenemos varias áreas rurales que son muy bajas en la participación de los ciudadanos. Y les pido que si de verdad quieren tomar una acción y algo más certero, por favor, yo ofrezco mi carro y los invito a que corramos esas calles antes de que ustedes tomen una decisión. Vayan y busquen ustedes mismos, cada uno de ustedes por su propio tiempo. No necesitamos hacer encuestas, no necesitamos contratar a empresas para que hagan esas encuestas. Necesitamos que ustedes vayan y miren de primera vista en dónde se tienen que poner los fondos, que se tienen que tomar estas medidas. Es todo.
Brownie.
Good evening. My name is Priscila Herrera, and I come from the rural area of Easton. I think that most of you know about Easton. It's very close to here from Fresno and 41, and I've been living there for 30 years. Unfortunately, I've been seeing that for 30 years, my roads have not been fixed. Recently, the Brawley and the main streets, which is Lincoln and Central, but we still have a lot to fix, specifically on the streets that are from south to north, which is West, March, and Marks, and those that are in those main streets. And I've been a witness of so many accidents because there are no stop signs. Those stop signs should have been placed there long ago. There's a lot of rain and accidents and a lot of fog. And I want to make sure that I do this comment because of the different surveys that were mentioned. I don't really know a lot about the statistics and I don't have as much education as all of you, but I want to make sure that I say that for myself, those statistics are wrong from the fact that we are in rural areas that are very low on citizenship participation. And I want to ask all of you that if you really want to take action and something that is true, I offer you my car and please run through those streets before you take any decisions. Please go and look, each one of you on your own time. We don't have to do surveys. We don't need to be contracting different agencies to make those surveys happen. We need for all of you to go and see firsthand where those funds should be placed and where these measures should take place. That's all.
Muchas gracias. Quiero darle un recordatorio. Estamos ahorita en el item D, que es nomás información para nosotros. No vamos a tomar ninguna decisión. We are right now on item D. It's only information. We're not going to take any decisions on it. It's just information for the board. And it's about the Measure C Statistically Valid Survey. Es acerca de la encuesta. El siguiente tema es donde vamos a tomar acción. So, por favor, quería recordarles eso. Gracias.
So with that, is there any other comments on the survey? Hearing none, we can move on to the next item, and the next item is the Measure C 2026 General Category Allocations and Term and Recommendations, and this is Robert.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So during its November 6th meeting, we had 28 of 30 voting members of the Measure C Steering Committee, or 93% of the membership, approve what we're calling the high priorities option for apportioning future Measure C funding across 5 broad categories. The high priorities option was based on primarily on a previous initial vote that the committee members approved and that incorporated input from the Fresno COG Policy Board, city staff and elected officials, public comments, surveys that were taken, and other stakeholder input. Under the recommendation, the Measure C proposal would include 5 categories of expenditures: the existing neighborhood streets and roads category at 65%, or roughly $4.8 billion over the 30-year lifetime of the measure; public transportation at 25%, approximately $1.85 billion over the 30 years; regional connectivity, 5%, 369, almost 370 million; transportation innovation, 4%, or access and innovation, 4%, 295, almost $296 million; and administration at 1%, about $74 million. The public transportation, I should mention, the existing neighborhood streets and roads category includes a formula split that is based on 80% road miles, 80% population and 20% road miles after an established floor of 400,000 per agency on an annual basis. So a $400,000 floor, and then moving to the 80-20 formula following that, the 400,000 off the top. The public transportation category would be split also on a population formula among the region's 3 transit operators: Fresno Area Express, Clovis Transit, and the Fresno County Rural Transit Agency. Public transportation has consistently been listed as the #2 transportation issue in the county. The 25% recommendation represents an overall 1% increase in transit spending across the region for Measure C, and is intended to allow for greater expansion and coordination of the countywide transit system, including expansion of bus rapid transit and on-demand types of services, particularly in denser urban areas. The regional connectivity category includes funding for capital improvements such as major arterial roadways, connectors, and highway and freeway interchanges, for example. The innovation, access, and innovation category anticipates funding for additional infrastructure to add electric vehicle charging stations, electric grid expansion and battery storage, autonomous vehicles, and zero or reduced transit fares for senior citizens, active military, veterans, and disabled populations. The 1% set aside for administration includes costs associated with staffing, annual audits, expenses related to the Measure C Oversight Committee, technical assistance to jurisdictions, public outreach and notifications for amendments to the expenditure plan, and a searchable project database. Previously, the steering committee had recommended that the measure be approved as a 30-year extension of the current initiative. Attached to this annotated report of the PowerPoint presentation the steering committee received, as well as handouts that compare the 2 options committee members considered for the general category allocations, as well as a side-by-side summary table comparing the 2 options against allocations in the current measure. So again, we're talking today about the high priorities option. Tonight, the action you have before you is that staff, the Measure C Steering Committee, and the TTC and PAC all recommend that the Policy Board approve the high priorities option for the 2026 Measure C general category allocations, as well as a 30-year extension timeline. I should point out that we have received one letter that has been distributed to you. Signed by several individuals. I don't see a group name, but representing multiple individuals that proposes a different formula. And that is in front of you and was distributed electronically as well. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I know there's going to be plenty of questions here. So from the board, who would start this way? Okay.
So I read the letter the letter makes sense to me. I mean, if you look at the amount of ridership compared to the amount of money we're putting into public transportation, I believe it's an absolute gross misspend of money. And I'm going to give you the data for Kalinga because I did get that data today. For the inner city and the on demand, every year we're spending $609,343 for 17.59 passengers per day. That comes out to an average of 62.75 per passenger. Total ridership intercity is about 3,049 and on demand is about 5,763. I'm not saying it's not important. I'm just saying that to wrap my head around $609,000 for 17 passengers per day, I'm at a loss here. That's absolutely ridiculous. And so when I look at the numbers that I got from the letter, I look at that 1% of each trip from the rural areas and 2% from each trip from the inner city. I mean, for the city goes for public transportation, but yet in the allocation we have 25%. And then I noticed that we had new categories that added into that public transportation as well. And I also looked at the implementation guidelines, which I know we're not talking about tonight, but we should, because it makes a difference when you look at, and I'm not against these numbers either, I'm just pointing it out, 70% is going to go to facts out of that 25%. And so my thoughts on this are that not everyone is the same. So what may work for Fresno and what may work for Clovis, definitely I don't think works for Kalinga. $609,000 for 17.5 passengers a day. That's doesn't work. And I don't know how we fix this. We do want to be able to get our passengers around our city. But just looking at the on demand, we're looking at just to travel less than a mile per passenger, we're looking at $42.16. That's outrageous. That is absolutely outrageous. If any one of us got an Uber bill for that, we'd be really mad. And I can't believe that this is government money being spent in this direction. That's my comment. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a comment. Yes. In terms of the percentages, I'll look at another one, the regional part. I think it should be higher. I think there should be more for regional plans. As the councilman from Selma indicated earlier, Golden State was a great project for Selma, but we have a big problem with Floral Avenue, and it's a regional project. And we're not going to be able to get that kind of money with impact and development fees. Measure C is necessary, and the regional plan is necessary. I would be in favor of increasing the regional plan, and as Mayor Bosberg said, reducing the percentage from transit.
I just want to say a few things here. I read the letter that was sent to all of us, and that letter, it's put together by the same group of people that left our cities behind. In the past 20 years, since 2006, Mendota was promised that at the west side was promised 180 to go all the way to I-5. Did that happen? It didn't happen. So how can you say the regional is successful out there? I just want to make that clear. Aside from that, the people that are putting together this letter are people that are consultants for regional projects out there in Sacramento, getting paid dollars to go lobby. Do they really know what each of our people needs in our cities? That's one thing. If the transportation is currently not working, and I see you guys smiling out there, but I challenge you guys to go out there to our cities, go to Mendota and ask them, what do you guys need in your city? But this letter, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I think a measure that is going to go through it, it's a balanced measure. It needs to be a balanced measure. It's not going to be all roads. It's not going to be all transportation. And now it's time to balance the cities out. We need to fix the roads, and we're getting that enough money to fix the roads. We need to fix our transportation system. If you got 18 passengers, then maybe it's an operational problem. You know, the money is going to be there to fix it. Let me finish. The money is going to be there to fix it. So I encourage to think positive, and let's move forward.
I'd actually like to respond to that. I believe it's because that people in Calinga that travel to Fresno are going to want to stop at Ross. They're going to want to stop at Costco. They're going to want to stop at their doctor's appointment. And what that doesn't allow them to do is on a bus. And it doesn't allow them to do it on an Uber. And it doesn't allow them to do it on a script service. And a lot of folks don't want to take public transportation. That's the thing. They don't want to. They don't want to do it. Now, I'm not saying Calinga's like everybody, but I'd like to ask out of the board here today, who took the bus in the last month?
I have.
Maybe one. I'm
I
guaranteeing that most of the bus.
I haven't because I don't need it, but I know there's a lot of people in our city of Mendota constantly asking when are we going to put a bus, maybe a micro transit to take people from, a place here to the health clinic. There's people over there that are 70 years old that are not going to be walking 4 miles to get from one place to another place. Let's think creative.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying there's not a need. What I'm saying is that we can't continue to do the same thing and think we're going to get a different result.
Well, that's operational, right?
I don't think it's operational because the operations are working. I believe it's foundational. I think it's a foundational problem because people have the ability to ride the bus right now and they're choosing not to. The bus is there. There's a choice. They can get on the bus and drive to Fresno and they're not. They can get on the bus and drive around the city and they're not. They could get on a bike and ride the bike lanes and they're not. They don't want to. So what I'm saying is I don't think that it works for everyone. And that's all my only point is. I'm not trying to take it away. I'm just saying that we need to make sure this works for everyone.
And I would concur with Mayor Vosberg that it's not that we don't need a public transit component. It's just that we don't need to increase it so much because we've got needs in other areas, like the regional plans.
I'm going to have Dyer, then you go after Dyer.
Sure.
I have something
I appreciate it. And I understand fully some of the comments that are being made about facts. I was not always a strong supporter of public transit either. And most of that was out of a lack of understanding. And when I became the mayor of Fresno, with 1/4 of the people live at or below the poverty line, when we have increasing energy rates, the highest in the country, where we have inflation, insurance costs that are so high to insure a vehicle, there are more and more people that are not able to drive a car today and can't afford a car. And I read a counter proposal that came in from the other group, reducing transit to 11% from the current 24%. And I don't think that people realize how that formula works. But that 11% would really mean our transit system would go down to 6.65% of the total funding available from Measure C. That would devastate our transit. That would put us about $7.3 million a year. I can tell you we would have to eliminate weekend services. We would have to eliminate most of the evening services. We would have to allow for longer wait times in between transportation, people waiting. And I hear oftentimes that, and also would put us in a position as a city that we'd have to use general fund money to make up that difference, which is not what we want to do, or to increase rates, which is going to further decrease the number of people that can afford to ride a bus. And I hear frequently about empty buses in Fresno. 10.3 million riders on our transit system this last year. 10.3 million. We had 2.6 million people go through our airport. We have a lot of people riding the buses. The people that rely on our bus system are our students. We have all of Fresno Unified. We have Central Unified, Fresno County Office of Education schools. We have Fresno State, State Center Community College students, both City College and Clovis. We have people, seniors, that have to take a bus to the doctor's appointment. We have people that need to take a bus to go buy groceries, to get to school, to get to work. And are we going to tell those people, sorry, you're going to have to wait 2 hours for a bus? Are we going to tell people we're going to triple what you pay for a bus ride? And I've heard about the increase. I don't think we need to have this kind of increase. What we pay today for transit is 24% under the current Measure C. It's 19.66%. Plus the remaining 4.34% that covers senior script, veterans, et cetera. So we are currently at 24%. This increase is at 1%. And then, and that's not to say that there isn't room for innovation. That isn't to say that what you spoke about isn't accurate in terms of transit on demand or whatever other system we want to come up with. Or there's going to be autonomous vehicles in the future. We know that to be true. But the simple fact is, this keeps us whole. And this allows us, at least in our transit system, to be able to increase services, to be able to go to other locations, to be able to decrease the wait time for people to take a bus. And it gives us an opportunity also to make sure that we're not increasing fares, and in some cases reducing fares for our veterans and for our seniors. And to do otherwise, quite frankly, I think is heartless.
I just want to say something. I was also one that also did not believe in the transit system, because I see it in my town that it's really not utilized as much. But when I heard the stories that Dyer had mentioned when we were talking about transit and how it's affecting students, I didn't know that they were providing a bus service for Fresno Unified and all the students, because the school system is looking at eliminating the bus service. So that is happening, and it might even happen in our communities, that's rural communities too, because they're trying to do these budget cuts and find ways to save money. So that can affect us as well. So to me, when I heard those stories of what was going on in Fresno, gave me a different perspective. Just because I don't see it in Parlier doesn't mean it's not needed anywhere else. So, I'm sorry. Oh yes, Freddie's next. I'm sorry. I'm reminded that you were next. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, you know, I as we all sit here and the public's here, and you see everybody has a different city, everybody has a different need. I think the most important is that as a collective body, that we work together to find compromise. And I think that the committee that we put together was well representative of everybody. And I think, again, you know, we live in a town where we do have county roads that have been dilapidated, Nees, West Shaw, you know, and you look at those things, and when the funding allotment for public roads is now at 65, for us, you know, it's a compromise, because as Fresno has a need for transportation, maybe Fireball's need for public transportation is not so great. So we have to compromise and work together and understand each other's cities, and understand that again, you know, if we're looking at regional projects, that those regional projects go to rural areas. You know, we travel on Avenue 7 that's part Madera COG and part Fresno COG, that has been in bad shape for as long as I'm 50 years old. So again, for them to lower the regional made sense for me, made sense for Fireball because we haven't seen a regional investment in our areas yet. So for me, I think it's important that the public understand and see that we are here, different people with different ideas, but we're truly here to again think of one another as a city. So as Fresno and Clovis thought of us when they gave us the $6 million for safe routes to schools, it's important that we understand their needs as well. So I just would like to make that comment. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I got it.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Maria next.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Maria.
Maria.
Wait, let me,
Who wants to see?
sorry, Maria Pacheco.
Hey, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate it. I just, when I first ran for mayor, I ran on the platform of expanding public transportation. I've been an advocate for public transportation since I walked through the door, since I was first sworn in. And the need in my community for the students to have public transportation to get them to college was extremely important for me. We have now 2 buses that run out of the city of Kerman to Fresno City College twice a day, and those buses are full. We tried a pilot program before that didn't work, right? But we didn't allow that to make the assumption that a new program would fail. We don't have enough public transportation, even with the buses that are running now, because I have a bus that runs my students from Kerman to Fresno City College that's funded by Measure C. Now it's been 2 years since we have successfully run that public transportation program. And now my students are coming back to me and saying, thank you so much for this, Mayor. I'm going to graduate with my associate's degree, but I've run into a new problem. I now need transportation to get to Fresno State. Or how do I apply for UC Merced and be able to get to UC Merced? So these are also programs and projects that I've been working on and throwing across ideas on how I'm going to get my students now to Fresno State and how I'm going to get my students to UC Merced. I've been watching the high-speed rail project very closely, seeing how I can connect our city to that so that our students have a connection to UC Merced. I've been tracking and trying to see how Amtrak can get my students to UC Merced, whatever kind of public transportation that I can use. I also use the public transportation. And if anybody ever watched my biography, you'll see that I'm walking across the streets in Fresno because we do have 2 cars. My husband and I have 2 cars, but we also both work. And we have 4 students in college with all different schedules. It's not easy, even with the 2 cars, even with 2-parent household. It's not easily doable, right? So I have to drive my daughter over to her class, her school, which is Paul Mitchell on Shaw and Fresno Street. I drop her off with my car there and I get on the bus and I take the bus to Fresno State. So I do have experience riding transportation, public transportation. And I do that without any shame because the people that I represent are the people that I am. I am the people. I'm sitting here at this table representing the very people that need this public transportation, and I stand behind these numbers. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to talk about realities. Okay, I respect what everybody has to say, but this item has totally, to get it on the ballot, it has 3 major hurdles. Okay, it has to get over through the Transportation Authority. I don't think there's a 5th vote there the way this is written. It has to pass the city, the council. We don't know where that's at. And I'm telling you, this is dead on arrival at the county. If the county says no, it will never get on the ballot. So what I'm proposing, and part of it's, I know you're not with the implementation guidelines, but they're unworkable. They're totally unworkable and they need technical people to rewrite them. And what I'm proposing is that the county, the city of Fresno, and the city of Clovis get together and see if we can knock out something that everybody can agree to.
I do not agree with that because I think our cities, rural communities have a voice, Mr. Buddy Mendez. I appreciate your proposal, but I do think that we also have a voice. And it's important.
Well, you can say you don't want it once it comes back to you.
Well, I think
We don't want it.
I think what's important to note is that you're not even giving it an opportunity to get to you with all of our
I'm
input.
just telling you, it's a dead on
How,
arrival.
how can you say that? Have you guys already
I
spoken
know
about
where
it?
I know where my board's at.
Well, have you already spoken about it? Have you guys voted on it?
We
Ready?
did have an informational item and of what this we're doing right now, and it was not taken well.
Okay, well, so again, you haven't even got there yet to say that it's already dead. So
Well, that's how you fix it. It needs to be fixed.
I would like to see you take it with an open mind to your board with everyone's comments here, with a democratic vote here based upon the people that are here and all these voters that represent a lot of people that vote in upcoming elections, that we understand that we do it open-minded with acceptance of everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, at the table.
Yeah,
I'm thankful to Clovis and Fresno.
That's fine. But
Can you
I'm telling
include us,
it's
please?
dead.
Can you include us? How can you say that?
I know my board. I've been on that board for 11 years. I know where.
So I think
where
that's the
we're
issue,
coming
people.
from.
I think
If
that's the issue.
if I know the future, I will be a millionaire. So we don't know it. We don't know yet. So I think you can make an assumption.
I can guarantee it.
Okay, it's your opinion.
Well,
That's okay, and I
that
respect
is
it. I
my
respect.
opinion, but
I
my
respect.
opinion is the one that matters, along with the city of Fresno.
I respect it. Yeah, but what about us? It doesn't matter.
No, there's things in there that I like. I told you a long time ago. I like that
No,
we
that's
started
not,
off.
that's not
with
what
a-
you just said.
With a higher.
Excuse me.
What you
ideal.
just said is your opinion
think-
matters, and but the city of Fresno matters.
I think my opinion, with all due respect, Supervisor, is that the supervisor's position should take into consideration and respect what your elected officials in your county are saying to you. It shouldn't just fall solely on your own opinions. You should listen to what the Fresno County elected officials are saying that is important to them in their cities. You should take that into consideration when you go into vote. You shouldn't already have your mind made up before you even hear what these people around this table have to say. I think that having the mayor of Huron here and saying that, you are going to disregard what the mayor of Huron's opinion is about what his community needs and Fireball and everyone else that's in your district. I think that you should take into consideration what we're bringing to you and you should vote on that.
No, you need
To
to
go
know
back
the
to
tech-
go back to negotiations, it's crazy, guys, because everybody had an opportunity to be in the table, and you had the opportunity. You walk away from it. Now to ask to go back with Fresno and Clovis and try to negotiate, that's not an option.
No,
I'm sorry.
The reason I walked away is you guys were violating the Brown Act.
And we have the report, and it's not founded. So now we can go ahead and have Brandon discuss this matter. I know you have some questions or comments, and then from there we can go with Nathan.
Yeah, just two things. One, Kingsburg in this last one, although we're a small town, we were a factor in this. We were factoring it because we didn't think that the numbers made too much sense. When I look at this now, my concern is regional is very underfunded in this. And I say that even these towns that are saying we didn't have anything that was done for us regionally, promises were made, but promises weren't kept. I respect that. But I do want you to look at it a little bit through a lens of, are people in your town utilizing these things that were done through regional projects? It may not have led right up to the doorsteps of your town, but some of these things are Herndon and Shaw corridors, the Veterans Boulevard. These projects are used by a lot of people. And if you look at what regional projects support, it has to get funded, because I respect the 10.1 million riders that you have on fax, 10.3, sorry. But at the same time, if you look at all these regional projects, how many passengers and riders are we talking about in that? It's going to be 20x that number. So these regional projects can't go unfunded. These are important projects. The way that it sits right now, for me, the regional is just too underfunded for this to make sense. And I think when we look at this through the lens of, we do all benefit from regional projects, that's why it's called regional, that moves the needle a little bit for me. I don't love it for Kingsburg as it sits, but without there being more money in regional, it's just going to be harder for all of the people in my town, the people in our small towns, to get from point A to point B. We talk about our lower income people, the people that need rider, the people that need the fax and all that stuff. And that's true. It needs to get funded, but that doesn't mean that our low income people that are trying to get to Fresno shouldn't have regional projects to get them there. So that's my things. I need to see the needle moved in order for this to make sense. Because for right now, for Kingsburg, it doesn't make sense. Point two, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding Supervisor Mendez, because I was at that same board meeting. I just want to make sure that what you're saying is, let's say that we pass this tonight, in theory. It goes to transit, it goes to the city, it goes to the county. County says no. If county says no, what's the next thing that happens? Does it come back to us?
Starts back
Or
over,
does it
doesn't
it?
die? What's the
The
thing that takes place?
clarification on that, you're only voting on the percentages. They haven't even worked on the guidelines yet. So that's not complete yet.
Correct. I'm asking for procedural, that what happens with that. If it does in fact play out the way that Supervisor Mendez said, if we come to resolution here, city comes to resolution, transit comes to resolution, and the county fails it, what happens?
It goes back,
To
comes
who?
back here.
Right. Effectively, you would have the option of essentially starting over, tweaking it, or letting it go. I mean, at that point. So the statute specifies that it requires an approval by the Board of Supervisors and also a majority of the jurisdictions. This is a vote by resolution. The Board of Supervisors and a majority of the jurisdictions representing a majority of the population. So the Board of Supervisors is called out separately from the majority of the jurisdictions, all the other jurisdictions, the other 15. So from there, it goes, assuming it were to pass both of those obstacles, then it would go to the FCTA board and then back to the Board of Supervisors a second time for ratification for the ballot.
Yeah, or the city of Fresno can kill it because of the
Population. Yeah.
Majority of
Right.
the population.
That's the only point I was trying to make, Victor.
No.
Who?
Nathan.
Oh, Nathan, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that I completely understand that everyone has their own needs. I understand the needs of Fresno. You know, that I was not aware you guys are subsidizing the school district. I wasn't aware of that. That's interesting. And I do very much appreciate Fresno and Clovis both when it comes to lower amounts of money giving in for the rural places. And that's why I want to really echo the idea that I'm not saying that I'm against this. What I'm just saying is that I'd like to see it modified. And I understand that we're not talking about the implementation guidelines, but I want to make sure that we're on the same page when we're talking about that and we're talking about allocations. Because when we're looking at the city of Kalinga's size, we're looking at 6.88 square miles. That's why I believe that public transportation in Kalinga looks different when you look at the city of Fresno, which is 112 to 116 square miles. It just looks different. Now, I'm not saying that we don't have a need either. And I look at the people who are less fortunate. I'm not saying we don't have a need, but I'm just saying that what we're doing now isn't working. So I just want to see something that is flexible so that the smaller cities that we can, do what we need to do to make sure that if we need to make a change to make sure that our public transportation is better. But when I looked at the implementation guidelines, I see that there's a lot of things in there that are very rigid. And so I just want to make sure that we're addressing all these issues. And I also don't want anyone in the audience to think that I'm not sensitive to the issues of everybody, because I am. And so I may have come out of the gate very harsh on this. That wasn't my intention, because I've heard everybody's, different needs on this. I get it. I just want to make sure that we're flexible. That's my only thing with this, is that we're flexible. Thank you.
I got a few. Jerry, I have a question for you, Jerry. Would you, you mentioned that facts would be devastated by the letter. I think is 11%, which would bring you down like under 7%, right, for facts. If you stayed at the current, I think it's 13.7. Does that sound right? For facts, would that be devastating if you stayed there?
No. So in order for that to occur, that 13.66 is based on the current formula today, which is at 24%. So when you factor in how monies get carved out, it doesn't. The true dollars that we get $15 million a year right now for facts. And so that's what we get.
I guess then I would ask it. So right now, the high priorities allocation that's coming to us, it's at 25%. And the numbers that staff use, that takes it up to 17.5 for facts. If you bring that down to 20, then that's still 14% for facts. That's where that question. I understand that some of the programs, because maybe there's no sub allocations, are absorbed. I understand that. However, I would say, I believe anyways, there may be one or two elements that are moved over maybe to innovation. And should we, I mean, I expect one of them, maybe next time it comes back to our board, to perhaps even taking it off the COG's funding source as well. But anyway, that's where that comes from. And so if anything, if at least considering 5% less can be a consideration, I would like to hear that. The couple other things, if you would, Chair, please. For Reedley, I don't know how much it makes sense. I got these numbers from staff from COG, but 1 to 2% of the county population uses buses as a mode of transportation, 1 to 2% of the whole county population. And this high priority allocation is allocating 25%. So 25% for 1 to 2% of how people move themselves around the county. I would ask, make that make sense. I hear the comments, but I would imagine I'd probably hear the same thing, but that doesn't make sense, at least coming from me. I've heard that the basically 4% for regional connectivity, it's 5, but Chandler and FY, so 4% for regional connectivity. I've been told that 4 to 6 projects can be done, I'd imagine maybe in the whole 30-year expectation, but I'd like to hear what realistic projects do those look like. There's the bridge over 198, I think it is, in Huron at 269. That could be a realistic project. I think it was done about 10 years ago, but that was like $2 million, where CTC, I think, funded about 12 million or something. And so with 4% regional connectivity, I'd like to hear what realistic projects can be done. 4 to 6 projects that I've been told. I'm gonna get everything out real quick, Robert, if you don't mind. You know, about half of the population in the city of Reedley travels outside of the city of Reedley every single day, about half of us. And I would argue that probably the other all 13 of the cities in the county, not including Fresno and Clovis, I bet you we're all bedroom communities. But I'll just talk about Reedley. Half of our community every day travels outside the city of Reedley. Manning Avenue is great because of that allocation for regional connectivity. I would love to see Reed Avenue 180 to Reedley be done again. That would be regional. Reach, Orange Cove, Parlier, parts of the east side of Sanger, even Dinuba and Tulare County. But we can put our blinders on. Just look at the city limits, and this is a great allocation, 65%, not even including ATP. But when half of my population in the city of Reedley travels outside the city of Reedley and depends on those other roads, I bet you folks from Clovis just getting here probably goes through county roads, through regional connectivity type of roads, not to mention their own roads and the city of Fresno roads, just from Clovis. And y'all are connected. And so the 5% for regional connectivity is a huge flag for me, as well as what I've already mentioned. I would like to hear also, we have our District 6 director here, and I mentioned that for staff, but if there's anything that can be added from our District 6 Caltrans director on thoughts on regional connectivity, I'd like to hear from him as well. I've heard a number, so Reedley, and I think it's common for all local jurisdictions, but we're able to leverage our funds about 4 to 1 on our Measure C funds. We have over 10 million. We've leveraged about over 40 million for the city of Reedley. It's great in the tenure of the measure. I've heard a number that the regional number is 7 to 1. And say again, we're looking at 5% for that regional number. And I've heard that number a couple of times. If it's 4 to 1 for regular Measure C
road funds, 7-1 for regional connectivity. I think the idea that these are state highways, these are state roads, and the state needs to pay for it. I'll tell you what, I work for the state. I work in one of the committees that funds these. If we're going to look at the state to pay for all of these state highways, one of the first things that Robert told me early on this year is watch that regional number, because if we may be good for the next 10 years, but after 10 years, if that regional number is not high enough, our state capacity, freeways, transportation corridors are going to start deteriorating. This 4% for that is, in my opinion, is blaring. We need to focus on that. Exactly what I heard early on from staff here. Self-help counties. There's one county around here that I know of that's not a self-help county. It was on that that report that the surveys came out in Kings County. They were relatively low on that number. 4%. Does that really keep us as a self-help county? I don't see it. I don't know how many projects can actually be done with 4% other than perhaps surveys. Furthermore, I know I'm putting it all out, but I don't want to talk again. Is we got this letter, and my opinion, Victor, these are experts. We have previous directors, we have previous COG directors, FCTA directors, and a number of Caltrans experts. I like to hear from the experts. I don't consider myself an expert. I don't necessarily consider any of us except for perhaps staff, and that's who I would like to hear from. We got this letter. I don't necessarily agree with all these numbers. I think I agree 11% is not realistic for public transportation. But I may say, I think the same thing about 25%. I would like to hear from them if they would like to speak on their letter.
Well, we can start with the questions that were asked first with Robert, and then whatever other questions that you can answer.
We open it to public comment and they have an opportunity to talk.
No, he's our Michael.
No, I mean the experts.
No, that's Michael, right? Navarro, right?
I don't think you consider me an expert, maybe. No, okay. Not retired yet.
Okay, well, let's just go with what for you to answer the question.
Michael's going to need another Mountain Dew for this. Okay. So if I understood the questions correctly, okay, so starting with the last question then, is that?
Well, beginning.
Okay, well, okay. So the first thing I understood was with regard to the public transportation, the proposal here, as Mayor Dyer alluded, is under the current measure, to clarify, 24% of the current measure is allocated toward the public transportation category. However, it is then further subdivided into multiple programs. So of the 24%, about 19.6% go to the 3 transit agencies under the current measure, and then the remainder is divided among other smaller categories or programs, including senior script, carpool, vanpool, and ag vanpool. Under this proposal, 25% goes completely to transit agencies entirely, but those sub-programs are then folded in as eligible expenditures that would be dealt with as under the implementing guidelines, which are only in draft form at this point, to be addressed through that mechanism through the public transit agencies. Right now, those programs that I mentioned, senior script, the ag vanpool, and the carpool vanpool rideshare programs are administered at Fresno COG. Under the regional program, right now, as it stands, and I know this is not on the agenda tonight, but just for your information, the implementing guidelines as they sit today, the draft version contemplates no projects right now, and simply says those are to be identified later for the kind of the reasons you mentioned. We're not sure what would be funded. We envision a competitive program to deal with that, and there's an ongoing conversation about what kinds of projects could be funded using regional dollars. The second question under the regional program, as I understood it, had to do with leveraging. And it is true that the regional projects have been most successful at leveraging additional state and federal dollars strictly pretty much because of their size. I mean, they simply are the largest projects, and they're able to leverage the most funds. What I said repeatedly on when we were doing our public outreach presentations is that the secret sauce to the measure historically had been its ability to front load these major capital projects with the early phases, and then go, the PE, the preliminary engineering, environmental, even up to right-of-way acquisition, and then to seek federal and state assistance primarily for construction. And so while that is also a process that's replicated at the local level, those projects tend to be smaller in scope. And so if we're talking strictly about the ability to leverage, yes, it's true that the regional program has leveraged more money for that fact. So I hope that answers all the questions.
So this was for Caltrans? Matt, was it for Caltrans?
Yeah, since he's here, I mean, our director's here. This is 4% for regional. It's I'm not the expert, but everything that I see, I know there's a number here, but the thing is 295, basically 296 million over the 10-year of the 30-year term. And so really that last 10 years is maybe at least half, if not majority of that. I mean, implementing guidelines, I guess we could bond for 300 million on year one, but what's the 4% for regional? I guess whatever comments or
Sure.
that you can share.
Sure. No, thank you, Chair, members. Pleasure to be back here at Fresno COG. It's been a while for me, and appreciate the question. Just want to be very clear is that Caltrans, we don't take a position on measures. We're not here to tell you where to prioritize your local dollars at. So let's be extremely clear about that. But I can give you a snapshot of basically where our dollars go. So if there's to let you know where our dollars going, so if there's any assumptions that we're able to backfill any gaps anywhere. Obviously, over the several years of the measure, a lot of the infrastructure you see on the state highway system has come out of this regional program. It's been beneficial to the motoring public, but essentially for Caltrans, we have two pots of money. We have our STIP and our SHOP. And so the projects that would typically align with the regional connectivity program, projects that add capacity, do the interchange work, the expansion, follow the STIP program. And there's been a lot of conversation. I've been able to listen to some of the meetings and comments about why doesn't the state pay for all the state highway system items? And back in 97, the STIP was passed. Back in 1997, SB 45 passed. And what that did was gave most of the local shares to the local agencies and the MPOs. So 25% of that STIP money comes to the state, and that money is spread statewide, allocated based on a competitive basis. So just give you an example, the draft ITIP came out this week, which is that 25% of the STIP. And there's for new projects, there's about $61 million in new capacity. 5 new projects for Caltrans, essentially. So we were successful in getting one project funded for environmental, which is on the 99 corridor. That 75% that gets divided among the MPOs based on population and road miles, that's typically what is used for, I'll say, what we would consider more local regional projects, such as interchange, et cetera. So you see a lot of that was given back to locals that have more local control over those state transportation dollars. The other pot of money that we have is the SHOP. So the SHOP is a fix it first, pretty much is focused on 4 main assets, which is pavement, bridges, culvert, ITS elements. So a lot of the conversation I appreciate about pavement index, very important to us as well. Like any other funding program, there's usually more need than there's money available, right? But for the SHOP program, for us, that's the one that's funding some of the projects you'll see in some of your regional communities right now. So you'll see something like like the rehab complete streets project going through Kalinga that's going next, the Mendota roundabout, the roundabout in Mendota that we partnered with that had a SHOP contribution on it, the 180 Dickinson, but primarily it's focused on pavement. And so there's significant investment in Fresno County out of our SHOP program, but that won't allow for any kind of expansion. It can't go towards interchanges, those kind of improvements that would qualify under the regional program. Probably about a third of our SHOP allocation over the next 10 years we spent here in Fresno County, which is a little over $1 billion that we're spending on rehabilitation. So for that reason, I'm assuming that's why it's excluded from the measure. So Caltrans is out here lobbying for more dollars for pavement preservation or maintenance. That's what we fund with our SHOP. But just want to let you know the constraints kind of what the STIP program has to offer. So I hope that kind of answers your question on where our money goes. But
I would like to comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, first I want to thank all of us for staying together and not really being at each other, even though it was more contentious out in the public than it was here. And every single time we stuck together and we allowed the process to go through. And we thank Supervisor for your comments as well, for what you have seen, and you've been on it from FCTA and on this board. And so throughout the entire process, I want to thank the committee, because I think the committee, some have argued 12 was too much for this group, that group. But in the end, they delivered what exactly we wanted. More for roads. More for roads. Transportation didn't change much. 1%. This committee that we were afraid of gave 1% more. Okay, so we can take the percent back, and I think they probably won't cry that much. But really, the question is, how much are you and I willing to give up? To put back, it's not anywhere else. It's a simple math problem. And so we look at it, okay? So Clovis used to be 3.69, now it's 7.33. We'll get 2%. Put it back in there, and how about you? How about you? How about you? If we can all put it back, regional will be back. But we said, no, this time we want it. My neighborhood, my streets, me, me, me. And so they said, okay, you want it so much, we'll give it to you. We will increase it from 34 now to 65. And we'll take it from where? We can go and take it certain. It's a simple math problem. So take it from regional. And so if we want regional more, we all have to come up here and go, what will you give? Because if I look at it and I'm looking at it strictly from Clovis, I go, why wouldn't I not take this? You gave me 3.89 before. Now you give me 7.33. How can I tell the 130,000 in Clovis going, nope, we don't like more money. We want to share more. Even though the tax dollars in Clovis are probably contributing more to this than a tax dollar from Parlier. And that's not a knock on Parlier. That's just the truth, right? Fresno and us are taking more in. And we're willing to, and I didn't mean you, but any other, I was looking at the wrong city. But in other words, we're taking it and we're willing to share it and we're willing to keep at it. There's also, I know that the guiding principles, our vote today does not mean it's through. It can still die next month because they can bring back principles that we go, I don't like that. The Clovis cannot, but with regards to the numbers, we just need to be very honest. What are you going to get back? It's all in our pots now. Yeah. They said, here, give it to the cities. You 16 mayors in the county even has more. And so what is it? And if we can honestly just go, I'll give 2%. And I'm willing to donate that to this pot. Because with regards to the transit, we've been operating with that this whole time. Now, if we go back to 11, Clovis will suffer. We will have to stop certain routes. But if it is the pleasure of this board to go, we did it with 24 before, try 11, try 15. Well, Jerry and I, and then Moses, right? We're going to have to try to figure that one out now, if that's the pleasure of this board. But where do we get those numbers from? And I look at it, innovation will give us 4, right? So that's not much. So we can get that to 0, but the rest has to come from us. And so until we're willing to go, yeah, I like my number, but hey, take it from someone else. Take it from Clovis and Fresno. You guys are the big numbers. And so that, and the county. And so if the 3 of us, if we're going to meet, let's just meet and say, okay, we'll give our portion back and leave you guys alone. That day, we might get a full support from everyone as well. Our road portion, but I don't know if we can get there. But I do like your point about getting a committee together, but I think it needs to be broader. We have been knocked, by saying we have abdicated our duties. Okay, let's take the duty on. Let's work and give immediate feedback to our steering committee and go, this is what Clovis wants in these principles and guidelines. And so that way they can work with it and we can get together. In the end, we are good, meaning the city of Clovis, with what is presented. But I think there are the ones who aren't happy, we got to get together and we got to figure this out and solve it. One measure, one county, we're almost there. Can we do it? And what are we going to give to do it? And so I say that I don't mean to beat on my other mayors, but it's really the money's in our coffers right now, according to this new formula. And so I just ask that. And if we are willing to say it right here, I think the public can listen to it and say, okay, the city's willing to take that away from their roads. All right, fun, regional. Then I think we have a way out.
Thank you.
Real
Chair?
quick.
Oh, okay.
I want to
Wait.
You have a
thank the
response?
mayor.
You have a response to the
Yeah,
mayor?
no, I asked her to speak.
Yes.
Before.
Okay, let's just go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you for at least some optimism, here. But, a couple of things I don't think anybody's really thought of is the administration. If we have anything like the guiding principles that are here, 1% isn't going to do it because there's a lot more oversight, and it's not going to do it. It's going to have to be at least 1.5%, even with less of some of this. Now, I think one of the problems the county has is the 80-20 split. The original measure that we're coming off of was 75-25. Now we're willing to negotiate that, but we're not going to take 80-20. So I just want to make that clear.
Ray?
Yeah, just to shed some more light, I mean, I like this because really I'm glad we're not being dogmatics, or at least we should avoid from being dogmatics, right? But point the light towards our community and how our community uses, all of these resources. And I could speak to my community where, the regional bus, every day, at least 5 to 7 people use it. They don't have cars. If that wasn't there, they'd be stuck. It takes about an hour to get here in the car. Imagine walking, right? So I mean, the transit, no doubt, it shouldn't be less than what it was. 1% is nothing more, basically. I think it's good that we have an innovation piece to this because we got to figure it out. There's new technologies, there's new, this in terms of infrastructure, but also vehicles. I think there's a way around it. But one thing for sure is that, I mean, if there was mayors in Riverdale and you were a mayor, buddy, I think you'd kind of see some of what we see. When you're a mayor, it could be whatever it is. And it's almost pitchforks and ¿cómo se dice? The fire coming at your door, and torches, and so for us, we're very sensitive to the roadways being complete, but we're never able to get there. Once we finish one, we have 2 more that are needing work, and we never get there. And so I think I understand my colleagues, because when you're a small town mayor, even a big city mayor, and you engage with the community, I consider myself a sleeves rolled up mayor and a Main Street mayor. And I see the people and talk to them on a daily basis. And I live on the poorest side of town in my hometown, which is the west side, which is where I grew up. So I see it, I smell it, I taste it, I know it. And so I'm very much in support of us needing those streets to be full, to be whole, right? I mean, I can't, speak for the rest of my colleagues, but it sounds like they're in the same boat, and we need those investments. Public transit, I can't see it being any lower. I think, of course, the regional roadways, they're important for us as well. I would have wished that back in the day, we got 198 set up with like Manning. 198 is a state route, to connect to the 5, right? And the 99. But that never happened. Why? The west side, it's always a reminder. Why don't we have the investments on the west side, right? Even with the I-5, the bridge that broke down that they knew needed repairs, but then on the storm, it broke down and people died, right? We always have to engage those type of scenarios. It's important that we are able to share with each other the stories of what happened in our communities because of the lack of investment, and then bad things happen. right? So my question I asked last time at the last meeting, but there was I think some information in terms of like state routes. You know, I talked about industrial use, heavy duty trucks, little cars don't really damage it anywhere like a heavy duty diesel truck. You know, and I understand that state routes, at least there's a formula because it's about the weight and the amount of time that trespasses that roadway, that state route, that then calculates a fee, right? I want to know how that understands, and then I also want to know what exists that is similar to that for county roads. You know, because maybe that's, I don't know, maybe it adds at least 1%. If we take into account the need to adjust and bring into play regulations that have not existed for whatever reason, most likely because rural communities are not always valued the way they should be. And that's why we're here to speak on behalf of our constituents. And our constituents of all these cities are 85% of the county's population. 15% live outside of our city boundaries. So we're speaking for a lot of voters. That's what that means, right? But Michael, can you enlighten me on that?
I can't really speak to you about the process of the weight fees. Like you talk about maintenance for state highways and heavy truckloads. So yeah, there is a formula used for calculating pavement indexes, et cetera, traffic index, which we call TIs for the structural section to make them more resistant to the heavy trucks. But I can't speak to you in terms, you mentioned something about weight fees. It sounded like being collected.
No, I guess that is it in respect to the structure, but they take weight into account.
Right. So
for that
basically
purpose.
we'll do counts, we'll model, and we'll look at future volumes. We'll look at if it's, if it's accommodating like semi trucks, if you're talking about like a 9.9, we're looking at hopefully putting concrete pavement in there. But building the structural section in such a way that it can handle the heavy truckloads.
So in terms of county roads, does something similar exist where there's a fee because if industry is causing 80% of the damage on our rural roads, but then it's throwing the burden, 100% of the burden on the people? That's,
I can't speak for county roads, how they process that. I'd probably have to defer to county staff.
Okay. Buddy, you need to bring county staff next time. Where are they at?
Mohammed's here, isn't he?
Oh, Mo, can you speak to that? Thank you. That's right. I forgot Mo's the cat.
Good evening, Mohammed Alimi, Fresno County Public Works and Planning. So there is no really a set fee, for trucks to use county roads. They basically pay the fee through the gas tax. But if there is a new development, let's say a mining operation or something that is going to adversely impact the roads in that area, then we do impose some sort of a traffic mitigation fee. But for existing operations, they don't pay any additional fee.
All right. Well, maybe that's something that's missing in this beautiful portrait we're trying to paint to be able to have the painting that the county needs, right? I'm not going to ask you how we go about doing that. That's a different conversation. But I think we should think about, the fact that, different times require different, systems and regulations to come into play. And I think that should be part of the conversation. And that's developing those systems, those regulations, especially when the technology is where it's at. And there's probably something that we're going to learn that's going to improve it. But the way, my opinion is that technology has gone to such a point and infrastructure is kind of catching up, but policy is way behind and regulations to be able to help us be whole. Thank you, Mo.
Thank you.
I think, Mayor.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of talk about a lot of things, but I want to echo something that Vong said. We're all passionate, and we should be, or we should not be in the seats that we're in as mayors of our city. We represent a certain constituency. Each one of us have different needs, different priorities, because we have different constituents. Some are rural, some are urban, and the county has different needs as well. And so I recognize that as a mayor, and my job is to fight for the people who elected me just like Mayor Beltran, your job is to fight for the people who elected you. And so that's why we're here. I did want to share some good news and then have a couple talking points. You know, back in 2021, we had a PCI rating of 60 in our city. And we have since done some studies, and we did some work in terms of some targeted maintenance, slurry seals, hot patch. We worked on about 10% of our network of roads of the 1,800 miles. We used some American Rescue funds, and obviously Measure C funds. But we went in just 4 years, and then we have some new development that pays its own way. Because when we have new development in our city, 100% of it is paid for by new developers, not just the roads that go in, but the ongoing maintenance. So our PCI went in just 4 years with no increase in Measure C from 60 to 64. So I have no doubt that as this measure goes from where it is today, the amount of the percentage, all the way up to 65%, we're going to see some incredible things. And especially if we have targeted maintenance, slurry seals. We saw on the slide earlier today, the sooner you fix the road, the less road degradation you have, the less cost you have. So if we're strategic, I think we're going to go a long way as a city. As I said, in 4% in 4 years. That's incredible for us as a city. The second thing is this, that the first measure that was brought in back in 1986, it was 75% regional spending, 25% for local roads. And they really just combined them into those two categories. And those monies were used to build a lot of freeways, 168, 41, 180. And I use them every day. I love our freeways. Those are good things, right? They relieve traffic congestion. We all use them. Here's a bad thing. Those freeways allowed for urban sprawl. And they allowed for areas to be built before their time. And what that did to the city of Fresno is it took away from our infill housing, our ability to build and create density. It's a lot easier to build from the inside out than it is from the outside in. And so today the question is asked, why don't we have more ridership on our buses? We have 10.3 million passengers. Why don't we have more? Because we had sprawl. We don't have the density to support the level of housing that we would have. And, like I said, I'm all for the freeways. But can you imagine if that measure would have been 50-50? We wouldn't be having these heated debates today. And then the thing I do want to say, buddy, I'm open on negotiating on the 80-20 or whatever it is. The 2022 measure that we took before the voters was 78-22. And miles versus population. But the reason we did that was because historically it's been road miles over population. And this was our opportunity to put it back to where it needed to be, to where the cities with population could finally fix their roads. And in terms of the regional dollars, many of the roads that are being talked about right now are roads that are under county control. And the county has 14% of the population in Fresno County. Historically, the money that they've gotten out of Measure C has been far greater than that. And so 86% of the population in Fresno County is incorporated. That's all of the people sitting at this table, right? From Huron to Fresno to Clovis. So 86% of the people here. And buddy, I'll just say this, and I said it yesterday to you on the phone. It would be my thought that since 86% of the population you guys represent as a county, that what's good for the cities would be good for the counties, would be good for the county. And so, because the people that vote for the supervisors, I can tell you right now, the vast majority of the people that vote for Supervisor Chavez, Bredefield, Pacheco, and Magsig, all live in the urban environment, the vast majority of the people. So I, again, want to just say, I think what's good for the cities is good for the county.
Thank you. I don't think we have any other comments. I just wanted to say something. Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
First, thank you for allowing me to speak. I just kind of want to first thank the steering committee for all the work they've done, and kind of looking at this, they were presented with two choices from what I see on the slide here, a high priorities proposal and then a proportional proposal. And I kind of wish they chose a different name than high priorities proposal, because as we learned in all this discussion, what's my priority is different than your priority and other priorities. So that's kind of something I would have changed. But my community, my city of Sanger, you know, born and raised, live in Sanger. I've seen the changes regarding regional connectivity and our local roads. So I bring that perspective here to this dais on this side. Whereas a steering committee, I don't know if there are any Sanger members or lifetime Sanger people, but basically, you know, public transportation may not be as much of a priority for the city of Sanger as it is for regional connectivity. You know, my community is able to go to Fresno State, Fresno City College, Reedley College, you know, based on the benefits and the improvements contributed by the Measure C with regional connectivity. So with that being said, it's such a glaring, you know, reduction when you take into account the high priorities proposal to what's currently going on. But they're also presented with a proportional proposal, which granted it reduces the existing neighborhood roads percentage, but it brings up the regional connectivity. And I'm kind of, from what we've discussed here, it seems like regional connectivity is kind of important to a lot of us here. I'm curious why that measure didn't really gain any traction, because it seems like high priorities proposal was voted on overwhelmingly. Can someone give me some insight on why they were so opposed to the proportional proposal?
I think I can address that, council member. Thank you for the question. And yeah, I do want to take a moment as well to thank thank you for mentioning the work that our steering committee has done and our facilitator, Mark Kepler. We're very appreciative. They've really stuck it through on this. As you can imagine, this has been an arduous process. To answer your question, the proportional proposal was based on, again, on the votes. Both of these proposals, the basis of it was an initial vote that the steering committee took back in September and used medians as kind of the baseline for each category. That vote in September or the poll did not equal 100, which is very common when you're working with median numbers. And so, you know, there would be a million different ways to address that mathematically. And so in order to try and simplify this, we brought forward two proposals. One was very mathematically consistent in our minds, which was simply to allocate using a median factor the remaining 9% that was on the table. The other way was what we determined to be the high priorities proposal, which was taking all of the input that we had received from all those sources I mentioned in the staff report, and effectively doubling down on what we identified as the top two priorities as we understood them from all the input that we had received, which was the existing neighborhood streets and roads category and the public transportation category.
Is that your question? Yeah, thank you. And just one final thought is, you know, this is going to take some compromise, like I think Mayor Valdez mentioned, because, you know, we got a lot of people who are very passionate about their communities. And like I said, you know, a lot of us may be lifelong residents of our community, so we know what works, what the community needs. And so, you know, trying to pass a proposal in a package, it's going to take, I don't think we'll be able to agree on what's presented in front of us, but it's going to take some give and take on behalf of all of us. So that's all. Thank you.
And anybody else? Okay, I just wanted to say, I've been here 11 years. When I first got elected, I sat on that side over there, and all the mayors, all the rural community mayors were always telling me, we got to do something. We're not getting our fair share. We don't have enough funding to fix our roads. And Fresno and Clovis always received all the money in the county, and we didn't get our share. Every time, Mayor Silva and Lopez always would remind me, with all the other mayors at that time. And so this is the first time, and it is historic. It is the first time that you actually hear that the city of Fresno and Clovis is willing to work with the rural communities to give them their fair share, because we have to wait several years just to do a stretch of road. Is that fair to us? And all the complaining is always about, oh, well, transit, transit, transit. You know, I keep saying that it may not be as needed as much as it is for Fresno, but to me, the important thing is that to receive the funding so that those roads in my community are safe. There's a lot of accidents happen out there. I know it's in the freeways, I know it's in the highways, but it is exactly how Mayor Vong said. How do you split it up? You have to take it from somewhere. It's not going to be like, it's not over 100%. It's you have to figure out what the percentage is going to be for everybody and where everyone's going to be happy. So the only thing I can say that this time, finally, it is a give and take, and we are working together to try to get a little more for our communities, because we have been left behind for a very long time. I've been here 11 years. And it's finally changing. I know that there's not going to be a lot of people happy with what the percentages are. And I know that the discussion about the guidelines are very important. I have a proposal of what we can do to kind of work through that, but I will open it up for public comments, and then I will mention what we can do to kind of get everybody on board. So right now we can open it up for public comments, and you have 3 minutes. So we can, I guess, form a line somewhere.
Yeah, make the line right there.
There you go. I know. I know. I'm gonna do this. We're going to do 3 minutes, but please keep it, not repetitive, the same information over and over, because if not, then I'll just do the 15 minutes total. Okay? This way it gives you all an opportunity.
Hello, my name's Carl Diaz. I'm a local teacher. I teach in Madera. I live in Fresno. When I was younger, my car broke down, and I was teaching in Seaside, and I lived in Salinas. And I was able to take the bus from Salinas to Seaside, and 2 different cities. It was a really cool thing. Only spent about 45 minutes more, and I got to see everybody taking the bus, and people enjoyed it. And then when I moved back, because I wanted to buy a house, I started working in Madera, and I really wanted to take public transportation, and there was no way that I could do that, and I thought it was pretty sad that a county like Monterey, which is a pretty nice place, had that infrastructure in place, and we didn't. I was born in this town in 1965, and it really didn't seem like it changed too much in all these years. I'd like to thank the mayor for pointing out what some of the people were saying, that there is a need for the future. I'm a teacher, and I see the kids. They need public transportation to get to where they're going in the future. And right now, I can tell you, a lot of my students, when I was 16, first thing I want to do is get a driver's license. But now it's a different generation, and they're willing to take public transportation, but you have to make it look attractive. You have to make it function. And I think that lowering any percentage of public transportation would be a disservice to the future. And we're going to need infrastructure in place, because God willing, we get the high-speed rail in here, and this becomes a bedroom community, and a lot of your outlying towns are going to be bedroom communities that maybe people will use public transportation to come into Fresno to get a train back to LA to go to work. So we have to be thinking of the future. I know I use the roads too, and I don't like going over potholes, but I know that you guys are a bunch of smart people, and you guys can come out with some ways. I heard about different types of funding that people might want to think out of the box for. But I'd like to really thank the committee. I've been here for almost all of those meetings, and I'd like to thank Transportation for All for giving the people a voice to give it to you and to let you listen to what everybody's trying to think about. And thank you very much, all you made.
Thank you. Good point.
Gloria Hernandez, Mothers Helping Mothers. You know, when I go out to the rural communities to drop off clothes and donations, I sit and I talk to the people. I don't talk to the 4 other Board of Supervisors, like Buddy's implying. You know, I appreciate what you all said about talking to your constituents. And I appreciate what you said about giving honor and respect to the steering committee who worked hard. They did 3-4 hour meetings. They worked hard, and they were your representatives that were sitting on that committee. And I thank you guys for allowing the process to happen. And yeah, it's only 1%. And if we look at changing the routes and making it easier for people to get into Fresno or get into each other's towns, I think it can work. But you need to listen not only to the steering committee, but to the voices of the people that went to all those meetings and to the poll. That's what you need to listen to. And Buddy says you can always come back. But guess what? Don't we run out of money in June? Are we going to put the same level of energy from now to June? Your steering committee did a damn good job, and you should appreciate that. And so I just want to thank everybody for allowing the process to work out. And Alma's right. For once, the small towns are being heard. But he doesn't want to listen to the small towns. He only wants to meet with the big towns. But you guys need to speak up. And I appreciate the big towns saying, nobody, we're not going to play that game like we did the last time in 2022. We're not going to do that. We're not going to go behind the people's back. We're going to follow through the process that we agreed to in the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Eliseo Camino, President of Central Valley Leadership Roundtable. It's very interesting. I know a lot of hard work went into this steering committee, and I'm ready to go and let the voters know that we're ready to support a measure that's balanced, that take into account rural communities that have been abandoned and forgotten. And yes, the little towns do count. And you put all these little towns together, they really have a lot of voice. And you know what? It's interesting to listen to Supervisor Mendez. Buddy, I'm not sure, but you're just one supervisor. There's 4 more. And for you to say, oh, I know how they're going to vote, and you have them in your pocket, you know, it's really ironic for you to say that you know how they think and they're not open-minded to what the steering has been working on. You've been there sitting in that seat for a long time, and you need to speak for everybody in the county, not just the folks that are close in your inner circle. We've been forgotten for too long. And let me tell you, a lot of communities like Mendota, San Joaquin, on Manning, I travel those every day. There's a lot of hardworking people in those agricultural fields, in those farms, and there's a lot of tomato trucks, there's a lot of cantaloupe, and there's a lot of bridges that need some tender love and care. And it is bridges that haven't seen any type of care from the supervisors. And I'm not sure why Brian Pacheco's not here. This is where he needs to be and do his job. And he needs to advocate for all District 1. A lot of cantaloupe goes through the different markets throughout the county and throughout the state because of all those farmers. And they need those corridors that pass through Fireball, through Mendota, through San Joaquin, and all that clean energy solar farms. They depend on good roads. In case there's a fire, they got to send our resources. So please think out of their box in the whole county. You've been sitting there too long. You should be an expert. But you cannot speak for the other supervisors. They need to have their own backbone and not sell out these rural communities like it's been done years after years. We're ready to support a balanced measure. But if you're going to pull out a movida or a trick or whatever, convince all the supervisors, then we're going to have a problem. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Oralia Maceda Méndez y lo que quiero decir el día de hoy es que por primera vez las personas que pagamos impuestos somos parte de este proceso. Y también no solamente que pagamos impuestos, sino que también nosotros somos votantes y nosotros queremos asegurar que estos fondos van a ir realmente para las personas que lo necesitan. No sé si ustedes han hablado con las personas de sus comunidades, por ejemplo, en todas las reuniones que tuvimos, hablamos con gente de Colinga que han compartido lo difícil que es venir a ver a los especialistas a Fresno, que tienen que pagar más de $100 por la transportación para venir a ver a los doctores especialistas aquí en Fresno, al igual en otras áreas como Five Points, como Cantúa, Huron, de que dicen que tienen que salir, no hay un transporte en el que ellos puedan venir y no pagar más de $100, por lo menos $100 son los que tienen que pagar para poder salir de sus comunidades. Entonces es importante que ustedes consideren todas estas cosas y más es en las áreas rurales donde se necesita la transportación para la comunidad.
Good evening. My name is Auralia Maceda Mendez, and what I would like to say today is that for the first time, the people who pay taxes are a part of this process. And not only those of us who pay taxes, but also those of us who are voters. And we want to make sure that these funds will really go towards the people that do need it. And I'm not sure if any of you have spoken to the people of your communities. For example, in all of the meetings that we had, we talked to people from Colinga who have shared how difficult it is for all of them to come to see specialists here in Fresno, that they have to pay more than $100 for transportation to come and see the specialists and the doctors here within Fresno. As well as in other areas like Five Points, Cantua, Huron, who have to go out and there is no transportation in which they can come and not have to pay more than $100. At least $100 is what they have to pay in order to leave their communities. So it's very important that you consider all of these things, and even more if it's in those areas in which transportation is needed for the community.
Hello, my name is Kay Burtkin. I'm with the League of Women Voters of Fresno, and I'm also proud to serve on the steering committee. The League supports this allocation. The League has been involved, I want to tell you, with Measure C since its first iteration in 1986, both in developing the measures and in oversight in one way or another. And we're proud to support the work of the steering committee because it does reflect what we learned in community meetings, in surveys, and in the poll that the COG supported. I'd like to address for a moment the issue of public transportation and its use and what the public was telling us. They weren't really asking that public transportation stay the way it is. That was not the need. They wanted improved so that it makes more sense for them to use it to come into Fresno. So it makes more sense for them to use it on a convenient basis. They were also talking about the future. This is a 30-year measure. And so people were asked to think about, well, what do you want Fresno and the county to look like in 30 years, okay, in 2057. And the role of public transportation in 2057 has got to look different from the way it looks now, or our roads, no matter how much we pave them, are not going to be able to accommodate our needs. Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Guadalupe Beltrán, vivo en Clovis, pero mis hijos van a la escuela en Fresno y yo lo único que les pido que el problema del transporte público no lo vean desde la comodidad de sus automóviles, sino desde la perspectiva de las personas que no pueden tener carro por diferentes motivos. A mi hijo, nosotros vivimos en Clovis, mi hijo estudió en Edison, tenía que tomar 2 camiones para llegar a la escuela y eso implicaba levantarse muchísimo más temprano que cualquier estudiante y regresar muchísimo más tarde que cualquier estudiante. Me preocupa que tengamos un sistema de transporte deficiente y sumarle querer bajar el presupuesto. Esa es una. La otra es que este es un plan a 30 años y también les pido que debemos de ver también ese futuro. Muchos de nosotros, me incluyo yo, dentro de 10 años yo ya no voy a poder manejar y quisiera que hubiera un buen sistema de transporte. Gracias.
Hi, good evening. My name is Guadalupe Beltran. I live in Clovis, but my children go to school in Fresno. And the only thing that I would like to ask specifically on the public transportation, please don't see it from the commodity of your own vehicles, but from the perspective of the people who cannot have a vehicle for different reasons. My son, or we live in Clovis, but my son went to school in Edison and he had to take 2 buses to get to school. And that meant that he had to get up earlier than any other student and come home a lot later than any other student. And I'm very worried that we have a transportation system that is lacking and also wanting to lower the budget. That's one of the things that I'm concerned about. But the other thing is this is a plan for 30 years. And I want you guys to look at the future. A lot of us, including myself, within 10 years, I'm not going to be able to drive anymore. And I would really like for there to be a good transportation system. Thank you.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Irma Plasencia y yo vengo de la comunidad de Bayola. Yo creo que nadie aquí sabe dónde está Bayola. En Bayola tenemos muchas necesidades, pero el tema es el transporte. No tenemos transporte y ahí vivimos muchas personas que no tenemos carro y pues batallamos mucho para venir a Fresno a los doctores. Y pues yo les pido que si pueden hacer algo por el transporte para Bayola, se los agradecería mucho. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Irma Plasencia, and I come from the community of Bayola. And I think that no one here knows where Bayola is located. And in Bayola, we have a lot of needs, but the topic here today is transportation. We do not have transportation, and a lot of us live there who don't have a car. And we really struggle to come to Fresno and see doctors. And so I ask that if there's something that you could do for public transportation for Bayola, I would be very grateful. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rocio Madrigal. I was one of those students that was born and raised born in Fresno, but raised in Mendota, that cried when my ride would leave me and not get me to my summer school class at Fresno City. I missed a math class at UC Santa Barbara. So all summer I had to depend on somebody else, as my parents were farm workers and we didn't have a second car. That might not mean much, or like the person said over here, only 17 people in Coalinga. But to those 17 people, whether it be school, whether it be work, that is a step in the right direction for them. And we need that. When I was a student at UCSB and I rode Amtrak, sometimes I was the only person on the bus. Halfway through, they take you off the train and they put you on a bus and you go to Santa Barbara. I was the only one 99% of the time, I was one person on that bus, but that got me to the school that I needed to get to. And so let's not just look at numbers, okay? We need to help those. And some of us here are giving opinions that if you went to Raisin City and saw that we have a community in California that does not have even one park for their children, that looks like an abandoned parking lot instead of a park, I would be very embarrassed to be the president of our county supervisors and know that I have a community that I have done very little for because the county will not pay for water or trash or anything for those children to have one park to play in. And that's today, 2025. I brought my mom, so I'll be leaving. I have to drive her to Biola because there's no transportation to get here. But somebody did also mention a traffic mitigation fee. All of you mayors, please, I ask you, keep your eye on that. We have thousands of trucks that are gonna start coming into the west side for those largest in the world solar panel projects. Let's keep an eye on that for that traffic mitigation fee. That sounds like a lot of money that our communities or our roads need. And let's think about that before it happens. And thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Panku Anamoa, and I attend Sunnyside High School for the Doctors Academy program. However, I live in Northeast Fresno. There is no available school or city bus for me, and it is a 3-hour walk to school. Because of this distance, I see firsthand the disparities in public transit and road quality across the city. These include the aforementioned potholes, limited and unreliable public transportation, insufficient outreach, and many other challenges. As both a student and a member of a low-income household, Measure C has a significant impact on my future and academic success. Although I will not be of voting age when the measure appears on the ballot, I will still be paying into this tax for the next 30 years. The inequities in our transportation system are clear. My daily experiences and age alone can demonstrate the urgency of addressing them. There are various complexities regarding this measure, as there are various needs and situations. I respectfully ask that you consider the needs and perspectives of students, low-income families, and underserved communities as you make decisions regarding Measure C, as our community does not always have the voice to advocate for ourselves. Thank you for your time and attention.
Hi, I'm April Vang, a high schooler at Sunnyside High. Most of what I wanted to say has already been said, but I also want to share from my point of view as a public transportation as a student herself. I will not be voting of age at this time around the measure. However, I will be paying into tax for the next 30 years. And as a student in Fresno, I wanted to highlight a need that affects not only just me, but students across the city. Many of us depend on public transportation every single day to get to school, to get after school program, to get jobs, and to get to safe places where we can study and grow. When buses are late, unreliable, or unavailable, students are the one who suffer. Our attendance drops and our opportunity shrinks, and our safety becomes a concern. And on top of that, many students are forced to wait outside in the extreme weather, whether it's the blazing Fresno heat or the coldy early morning. We're standing on the side of the road without shade, shelter, or protection. This isn't just uncomfortable, it can be unsafe. Students shouldn't have to risk heat exhaustion, shivering in the cold, or standing in a unsafe area. I'm asking you to prioritize better transportation specifically for students in Fresno. We need more consistent bus schedules, safer stop, and routes that actually match where a student lives and where our school are. These improvements would remove barriers that so many of us face just to get into an education. As an academic student, I care about my future, and I care about future of students in the city. We are the next generation that shape Fresno, with that either being future teachers, doctors, leaders, or community members. When you support student transportation, you support our success. And when we succeed, Fresno succeed. I'm asking you to help make that possible for all students in Fresno. Thank you.
All right. I think that is it for, oh, we have one more.
Good evening, Chair Beltran and members of the Fresno COG Board. So my name is Diana Gomez, and first I want to set the record straight that for the past almost 37 years, I worked in transportation for the state of California and everyone who lives in this state. I formerly served as the Caltrans District 6 Director, and prior to that, I was the Regional Director for the California High-Speed Rail Authority. And I retired from the state last December. And so I'm here on behalf of a group of transportation professionals, many who were involved in the Measure in 22 renewal effort. And what I want to reaffirm our strong support for renewing Measure C. We all know that we need it. It remains one of Fresno County's most successful transportation funding programs. And everywhere, when you are driving around the county or on a bus, you do see that. But we do want to highlight 3 key concerns. Repairing existing street roads and highway continues to be the county's highest priority, just as it was in 2022. And the survey said that as well. While the steering committee allocates substantial funding for this purpose, it still falls short of what is required. Continued underinvestment will lead to worsening pavement conditions and higher long-term costs. These funds are essential not only for road rehab, but also for safety improvements for drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians. In terms of the regional pot, the proposal significantly invests in the regional system, specifically for state highways, major arterials, which carry more than 95% of all the trips in Fresno County. The network is critical for mobility, good movements, safety, and congestion management. Although significant freeway expansions are less common today, but critical regional improvements are still needed. Caltrans and local agencies do not have sufficient funding to meet these needs, just as the case it was in 1986 when Measure C was passed. Measure C historically has delivered major regional projects like the ones that were mentioned, specifically Veterans Boulevard, the Herndon and Shaw, the Manning, Jensen Avenue, and many other regional connect roads. A robust future regional investment could include replacing projects like the Shaw State Route 99 interchange, implementing some managed lanes, smart corridors, a lot of grade separations that are needed, and improving rural safety, including safety improvements on rural roads and highways. Both previous Measure C regional programs achieved almost 7-1, as it was mentioned, in terms of leveraging outside funds. In the 4 years that I was the Caltrans District 6 Director, we brought in $1.6 billion, that's over 4 years, to the Central Valley. Not only Fresno County, but the other 4 counties that represent the Central Valley and District 6. All that was only possible with the matching funds. And so we just want to make sure that, that we do increase that pot so we can leverage other funding. And that funding is not only just for roads, but also for transit. So we are recommending that we allocate at least $18 billion. The proposed transit allocation is disproportionate given that the countywide transit ridership has remained about 2% of trips for more than 20 years, despite similar levels of investment. And we do believe transit is essential for those who depend on it, but the level of funding is unlikely to attract choice riders without structural changes in service design and cost efficiency. The COG plan allocates 25% of funds to transit, which represents about 2% of trips, while only 4% goes to a regional system covering almost 95% of the trips. As I mentioned, reducing transit allocation now does not prevent for something in the future when you have a regional connectivity program, because you could leverage that for future light rail investments or other types of services. In closing, we would respectfully request a meeting with Fresno COG FCTA representatives to discuss our allocations concerns before the board adopts the allocation program. And as we have heard today, as a group fully together supporting a measure that is balanced would really help. And so we need to think about how are we going to get voters to approve a measure? And I think we need to have all of us collectively supporting the measure. And that's what we're here to mention. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Tony Boren,
Yeah.
who will also comment.
Okay, Tony, could you please not make it too long?
Yeah, we got a
I
3
get,
minutes.
I didn't give her the timer, but because I wanted to make sure they all had 15 minutes all combined together. I wanted to give you guys the opportunity to say your side, but the things that we already discussed, please just not repeat it over and over, please. Thank you.
Okay, I think the biggest thing is that the local share is not enough. The proposal we suggested is 70%. That's an additional $370 million for the cities to take care of their needs. Another thing I want to highlight on this local program is a lot of you get your TDA funds, your LTF, which the COG makes a finding generally that we don't have unmet transit needs, so your cities can use those monies for your local streets and roads.
Mm.
Well, there's legislation making its way through Sacramento that is going to do away with that. So go back, ask your public works director how much LTF you guys are getting and subtract that from what you're getting for your roads. And if you add Measure C to that, there's gonna be a big hit to your local roads. The regional program, I think, again, just in terms of the number, the idea of getting only 4% of the money on where 95% of the trips occur, I just don't think that passes the common sense test. And I think the voters will see that. And again, the idea, we've got to get to 2/3. And I think it's going to be very difficult. Regional consensus, it's going to be really hard to get regional consensus 2/3 when you have the supervisor who represents a lot of the voters is very upset on a likely jihad on this thing. So we got to get everybody back together to get to regional consensus, or we're not going to have anything. So whatever you guys can do to get there, I encourage it. As far as the transit goes, I appreciate, again, those are in the business. And again, the first measure was 75-25 regional, local, all roads. In 2006, there was a recognition that, wait a minute, we need to put something in transit. So 25% was put in there. That was after we failed in whatever the year that was, 2-4, whatever, because we didn't have enough money for transit. So we put 24% in there, hoping that would change the ridership split. But the reality is all those years, matter of fact, we put $2 million in there for a public transportation infrastructure that was going to look at the best way to provide public transportation for the Fresno County area and the Fresno Clovis metropolitan area in particular. But the reality is that 20 years later, we're still at 2%. So how much money do we continue to chase those choice riders? I mean, we're going to spend 25%. Now, will the voters think that's a good idea? Well, time will tell. But I can tell you this, if we lose this measure, it is really, really going to hurt our small cities. And when I look at some of the numbers, 60 million to Mendota, 70 million over the course of 30 years for Parlier. That's a lot of money. And I know how I'm a West Side guy and I appreciate the needs of our small cities. So I just encourage everyone to try to get together on the same page and come up with something.
Yeah, thank you guys. I know that you guys worked really hard when you were working for the COG. Okay, I'm going to be, this will be the last comment because I gave everybody in the audience 15 minutes. I extended it a little bit for them, so we need to move it along.
I will be very quick. Thank you
very
Chair.
much.
My name is Veronica Garibay. First, I just want to commend all of you because this very process alone, the fact that you allowed a process and sat a steering committee, worked with your staff, with external stakeholders to develop a recommendation is commendable in and of its own. It is one of the most intelligent, thoughtful conversations that have, and through a process that I have witnessed coming to Fresno COG meetings for the last 15 years. So I appreciate your commitment to that and really support that. There are a lot of points that I'd like to bring up. One is this was a 93% consensus coming from the steering committee. I sit on the steering committee. We did put in a lot of time, and not just the steering committee. Several of us have been coming to your meetings for years talking about these very same issues. And we've spent, many of you and a couple of you in the audience have spent time trying to get to a proposal, a balanced proposal that not everybody is happy with, not everybody loves, that we can get behind since the failure of the 2022 measure. That work has been hard work, difficult work, and we have stuck it out. Previous criticism of our work has been that, well, if you don't like it, you come at the last minute and you disrupt that. We didn't do that. We came, we sat here, we sat through many uncomfortable conversations and worked it through to get to a measure that we can support. What's before you today is a balanced package. It is what we heard through the community engagement process. It's what we've heard from the voters that were just polled by your staff. The voters have talked about local, local, local. I have come to every single one of your meetings for the last few years since the 2022 measure. Not once have any of you brought up regional investments and the importance of that being a top priority. What you have brought up is the importance of local streets, investing in your communities, in your cities, and because they have been left behind. Those have been the top priorities. This is why the measure before you is 65%. That's 4.8 billion. And now know that in all of the analysis, because we read them, Paul and Robert did a good job sharing what your current funding needs are, where the funding gaps are. 4.8 billion is a lot of money, and Measure C is not the only funding source. That we will never have enough money to solve every issue that you want to solve in your city or in your community. It's just not possible. So we have to balance that. And the last thing I'll say is that the importance of public transportation has been a theme that comes up every single time, every regional transportation plan, every unmet needs process that you have held for as long as I've been following your work. And it came up significantly even tonight as why it's important. On the regional side, these dollars are match dollars. The regional category was never intended to fully fund these major projects. Projects in the state highway system, why should Fresno County taxpayers foot the bill for a state highway system? And lastly, state law is changing. You are developing and currently planning, the city just approved the vehicle miles VMT mitigation fee program. Capacity increasing is not the future. Investing in our communities, giving people real choices and opportunities to get to where they need to go via different modes is. And that's the opportunity before you today. So thank you for your time. Thank you for supporting a process, even if some of you did so reluctantly, but supporting a process that yielded a balanced package here that is in front of you. So I urge you to vote yes today. We are prepared to help you pass this measure. This proposal in front of you is the measure we are willing to support. Thank you.
Okay, now I will be bringing it back, Sandra. Really
very
quick,
quickly.
please.
I'm not going to repeat all of the things folks have said. I do want to say thank you for walking through this process. And I want to just, for the record, urge you to vote on the proposed allocations that reflect the views of the many. It should not go unsaid that these priorities reflect over 4,000 input points from folks across the county. Your staff has done a tremendous job. I want to acknowledge that there is a handful of people here. That's right, they do deserve an applause because it's been a lot of work for the staff. And I don't want to give overdue influence to lobbyists and representatives from highway firms who want to take us back in time and use our money, because let's be clear, this is not government money. This is money that comes out of all of our pockets every time we buy something in Fresno County. They want to take our money just to enrich a few. But this is not about enriching a few. This is about serving the many. So let's move forward together. We have all the ingredients that we need to put a successful measure on the 2026 ballot that is going to actually move us into the future and create the transportation system that Fresno County residents deserve. I'm ready to get to work on that. I'm proud to stand in support of this measure, and I look forward to November 2026 when we're all going to celebrate that the people have come together. Thank you.
Okay, so now public comments is now closed, and I'm bringing it back to the board. And
I just want to say at this time, we need to move forward, and I'm going to make a motion to approve the high priority plan so that we can move on. I still need to drive another hour and 15 minutes to Mendota. So that's the motion on the table right now.
Second.
Second.
These guys.
You almost beat me there.
who made, okay, I know Okay. Mendota and then Fresno. Okay.
Are we not gonna talk about it anymore before we just?
No, because that's why I said that in the beginning that we open it up for the board to discuss and then it goes to public comment and then we take a motion. That is how we've always done it. And if not, we're just gonna go back and forth. That's just the
But we have a
process.
motion on the table.
Okay, okay. We have a motion and a second, and we can do a roll call. But after that, I think you wanted to say something, Les?
I just wanted to point out some numbers for you here. The current regional program, the one that is going from 30% down to 5%. At the current level in 2027, I expect we'll probably get about $36 million at 30% of the pot. That will be split urban and rural. In 28, if this passes as written, we're probably only going to get $6 million to split urban and rural.
We had an opportunity already to hear all these, Les. I would have appreciated if you brought this back when it was being done here in the table. We have a motion right now and a second here in the table.
I'd like to hear what Les has to say.
We have a motion and a second, and if that motion fails, then you can hear everything that Les has to say.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Roll call, please.
City of Clovis,
Yes.
City of Coalinga,
Yes.
City of Fireball,
Yes.
City of Fowler, City of Fresno,
Yes.
City of Huron,
Yes.
City of Kerman,
Yes.
City of Kingsburg,
No.
City of Mendota,
Yes.
City of Orange Cove, City of Parlier,
Yes.
City of Reedley,
No.
City of Sanger,
No.
City of San Joaquin,
Yes.
City of Selma,
No.
Fresno County.
No.
Motion passes with 9 members at 74.05%.
Thank you.
Okay.
Let's move forward.
I think we should take a break after all this, if you guys are,
Minute break.
just a 5-minute break. Thank you.
I know.
And you have a first and a second, you can have discussion.
Yeah.
You do it, but Kelly, don't you?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway.
Good job.
Oh, yeah. Where's Victor? Let me get Victor.
How are you? That's all.
Yeah, yeah.
Said that. All right. Are you parked down here? Good.
That's a pain in the ass.
It is. I gotta call.
Hey, at least you're there.
30. Yeah, I can find it. It seemed like he was trying to get you to say something on the girl drama.
All this, $6 million to Santa Cruz.
It's not rock.
That's not gonna be said. You don't have any. You don't have any. Big money.
We got $1 million. We could done the same thing. Well, they I appreciate it. Yeah. Just, it's coming away. The movies. That's why we're not.
Ready. So we're done with that and we can move on to the next item, and that is the Caltrans report.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members of the board. As I mentioned earlier, happy to be back. Appreciate all the riveting discussion tonight. I know it's late, so I'm happy to kind of forego the Caltrans report. And if there's any questions, just be happy to answer them now for the board if that's the desire.
I think we're good. Yep.
Thank you.
There's no more.
A lot of transportation talk.
All right, thank you.
You guys know how to reach.
All right, now we have administrative consent items. Any item from the consent? Anyone?
No.
No, we don't have any. There's none. So then administrative action and discussion, Fresno COG One Voice advocacy trip to DC. Robert, or who's doing that? Brenda.
Thank you so much. I don't know how much you want to talk about this either, but One Voice, I told some of you I would do that if that's all you want me to say. But if you've not been on, okay.
Then second.
Second.
Second, there you go. Public comments, is there anybody? No, everybody's leaving already.
Just clarifying, we'll bring this item into next agenda?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
We need to
right now,
discuss it,
it's,
right?
yeah, it's
Okay.
just to approve the DC trip.
Yeah,
No, to approve it.
just to approve us moving forward and pursuing it.
Madam Chair, do we have a motion?
Yeah, it was was it?
Who
Mendota?
got the second? Was that me?
Fireball.
Oh, Fireball won it?
Yeah.
And so
All those in favor?
I
Any opposed? One.
get him.
Well.
Oh,
right.
Still, you
Okay.
can go with us, buddy.
We're done?
Come on, man. You don't
Okay,
like
so then, all those in favor
Aye.
and one
Aye.
opposed. All right.
Come on, buddy. You can go.
Motion
with us,
carries.
right?
So we can move on to the next
Slam some
item.
Irish
Lease agreement.
car
Robert.
bombs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so our lease agreement in this building expires on December 31st. We have been working on this for some time now in negotiations for a new 5-year modified gross lease. Fresno COG is proposing to pay about $21,000 a month for year one, escalating. That's just in rent, for escalating to $22,632 by year 5. This equates to a range of approximately $1.61 per square foot, a range, 161 to about 174 over the entire lease term. The first year's rent is equivalent to what we were paying in 2020. However, operating expenses have gone up considerably. Staff, as a counter proposal to what the landlord was requesting, staff has proposed paying 100% of all utility, janitorial, water, sewer, and trash for the roughly 13,000 square feet of lease space that we have here, along with 50% of operating expenses for its proportional square footage for all other building expenses, including pest control, security, insurance, property tax, etc. This amounts to an additional $47,226 on an annual basis, or $39.35.50 per month. That also includes an additional 20 cents that the landlord was paying per kilowatt hour. The first 20 cents on our utility rates we would assume as part of our own expenses, and we would be waiving a 3-month free rent proposal as part of a counter proposal that the landlord, Fresno Park LLC, Fresno Park Tower LLC provided. So the net change, the net difference there is about $1,000, a little less than $1,000 per month, less than the original proposal.
Good, and that's to
So
stay here.
that is to stay here. So this was in following the closed session, if you'll recall, a couple of months ago where we discussed this. I did, as Mayor Dyer requested, work with the city of Fresno's real estate agent, looking at other available properties. She agreed that the Shamlian building that we were looking at on P Street was probably the most appropriate property, but given the offers that were on the table here, we were probably not going to be able to accomplish that for nearly the cost savings that we would hear. And so that is what led us to this proposal.
May I speak?
Let me
concern.
finish my comment.
Shut up. The concern that I have is still the same concern that I've had over the last year, and that is with the rodent infestation. Now, I know that it has been reported that has been brought, under control. However, I have heard from several different staff members that that is not the case and that they continue to deal with this infestation. And so that for me is very concerning. And so I just want to put that on the table that the health and safety of the staff and people who work in this building, as well as us who come here and hold our meetings here, if there is truly a rat infestation, we're ingesting, inhaling that, it's just not safe. And to think that we're going to move into a 5-year lease is very concerning for me.
Yeah,
I understand.
I don't really agree on the 5-year list. I think that we can still search maybe, other places, maybe do a shorter lease.
Let me finish my comment.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So,
You're on?
yeah. That's why I started with the word. So I like this area. Number one, because it's a public transportation hub. And so anybody from anywhere in proximity, about 10, 15, 20 miles could get here to participate. So we're a public agency. We want to provide equitable access to public comment, even though sometimes it seems like nobody wants to come, right? But other times it fills up, packs up, and, we need to provide the ability so people could make it. Let's not do what the Mexican consulate did and moved out of downtown to this random place away from bus stops and everything else, just making it more difficult. I like this place. Maybe we get some cats. I don't know. There's got to be a solution for them rats, But I like this place because it's very central and very accessible. And so,
To address those points, I did conduct a survey as requested of the staff. 75% of, and I think I mentioned this at the last meeting, 75% of the Fresno COG staff specifically expressed a preference to stay here rather than move to the Shamlian building. I am not aware, personally, of any additional rodent concerns. It's been at least several months, if not a year, since I have heard any complaints about rodents. We do have pest control that emanated from, the best of our knowledge, seemed to emanate from Club One and potentially from the hotel next door, but has been managed to the best of my knowledge. I'm not aware of any complaints. I'm also aware and sensitive to security issues that have been brought up, and especially during COVID, we did have one of our mayors at the time who did have a break-in his vehicle one night in the garage. There are like 5 different security contracts in place now, including one that we have for board night tonight for that garage, as well as the city's contract through Ace Parking, and also the buildings security contract that runs for the top side around the perimeter of the building each night. And so multiple security contracts. The superintendent of schools also has a separate security contract for the garage as well. So, yeah, the issue with Shamlian is, that building on P Street, we would be leaving one, a situation, and going into another one that would be very similar, in that we would be the only tenant. That is part of the reason that we think we have had some of the rodent issues that we had, was because we're the only tenant left in the building. It would be the same thing over there. Not to say there aren't benefits to that. It is a more modern building, and it's had a newer remodel. Part of the lease agreement, if you looked at the attachment, is that it does include remodeling of the bathrooms, which is scheduled to begin in January. So there's that. Just on a wholesale basis, we think this is the most economical in terms of taxpayer dollars, the most reasonable approach that we can take. So yes, we could do a shorter lease. That would require a renegotiation of the terms and would be more expensive on a monthly basis.
I would like to actually ask if we can see what that term would look like if it was on a shorter term.
Yeah, I had a question.
Yeah, for this one.
Is there an escape clause by the landlord to kick us out because he wants to tear the building down?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Is there an escape clause in the lease?
For either party.
Yeah, I asked that question. That's the one for.
Generally, you have a 90-day escape clause.
Right.
I can't give an opinion on that just yet because I don't know if Brian reviewed the contract before. What I have here on the amendment doesn't have all the terms to the underlying agreement.
That's
We can answer that, but we don't have it in front of us.
Yeah, you don't have to answer it now, but
yeah,
maybe bring it back.
I would like to ask that we table it until we have all of the information in front of us to be able to make this decision.
Yeah.
Maybe run another option with a 3-year, with the next 2 years being optional or year by year. It's just as an option. He looks like maybe that's not a good deal. I don't know. What do you think, Robert?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Three.
I heard 3 years, but
yeah, the other two as options. So
to option of 5. Yeah, the only
Those rats were gone.
I'm sorry?
So those rats were gone after 3.
1 year?
Renewable annually? That would be good. For the terms that we give.
I would support renewable annually. Yeah.
Because of the problems there have been in the past. Absolutely.
I think for him to put the money into the restrooms, it's going to be substantial. I don't think, based on conversations I had, that they would do a 1 year. But I think a 3 year with 2 1-year renewals might be.
Maybe start with 2 years and you pick it up to 3 years if it's not getting and anchor it there.
I can only tell you there was a 1 year on the table, but the cost goes up substantially.
Right.
My question is, what's wrong with the restroom?
They look good to me.
I know.
They're being remodeled to be modernized.
There's
essentially.
But they look fine.
They got flushes and everything.
They're not
on our dime. Like we're choosing to do that.
Okay, so I guess they're not. So we were taking
dime to remodel the bathrooms is our dime.
pretty much.
No, that is not part of that. No, that is not on our dime.
I think bringing it back with all the information would be okay for.
I'm gonna go have a
December.
beer. Let me try.
Motion to the table. And
I'll second that.
Who second? Oh, okay.
So I'm just looking at the deadline, Robert. Does that put you in a crunch? Because it expires on December 31st. So
correct.
I just, how much time? Yeah, when are we meeting again? Is that enough time after we meet to give you time to execute or no? Yeah, so that way.
Good point. You're right.
Yeah.
It ends at the end of the year. And so it's a very,
if you want to give me a moment, wait. I might have it.
How many folks are comfortable with the 3 year with 1 year annual renewal? Like
After 3 years?
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
The base, so I've got the 1 year lease extension.
We're not gonna have another.
The base terms would be actual operating expenses. So so they did provide a 1 year extension option, and that was at our request. So
after 5 or 3? After 5?
No, after, no, 1 year, right now, yeah.
So 1 year.
Yes, I did request that
And how
because
much?
I anticipated, so it's 22,000 a month as opposed to the 2908, it would be 22,632. And so it would be about 2,000, yeah, about
I
1,500
motion to
more.
take that extension. Let's move forward with this 1 year.
When,
Oh, yeah.
And then it would include 100% of operating expenses, which is about another 1,000 would be.
whoa, that night, that was a kicker right there. It would be 22,600 a month for 12 months.
Correct.
Plus 100,000.
No, plus the 100% of the operating expenses, which we had negotiated down. So that amounts to another, roughly another, about $900 a month.
See, I think that's.
And with.
So roughly another 2,600 per month for a year.
So you're talking about an extra $30,000 a year.
For 1 year, right? That's why we are bringing you the 5 year. That is the 1 year extension.
I know if it has that clause in that agreement, that's why.
Well, they gave us that option. We can do that, but it is at a higher cost, which is why we brought you the 5 year.
Yeah, there's too many unknowns. There's too many mayors here that have too many questions. I still stick by my motion to bring this back. And I mean, I'm sure that the landlord will be gracious enough to give you an extension if needed, but I think that plenty of time.
It would be 31,000, roughly 31,200 for the year.
Maybe we can get a month-to-month lease with him or something of that nature, extended for a few months till we can meet again. I mean, I think there are some questions that need to be addressed.
Thank you.
We have a first.
We'll move to the county office.
Do we have a second?
Who was the second?
San Joaquin was second.
Okay, San Joaquin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Okay.
County's building a new
Abstain.
office.
Now
right?
this
But-
meeting is adjourned, I think. Any comments from the board? I don't think so, right? We want to go. All right, we're done. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.
It's Denise's last meeting.
Denise,
Oh, we don't come back till January, right?
it's Denise's last meeting, y'all.
All right,
We get-
everybody.
We didn't get you a plaque, Denise.
Oh my God.
Wow.
What?
I feel like we should sing that
No,
song.
that's not a.
For she's a jolly good fellow.
But she's still leaving our group. We
Yeah,
can see her
look at
again. It doesn't matter how long, even if she was here a week, still one of our staff. We'll get you a plaque. I'll make sure we get you a plaque because that's not.
All right, folks, everybody's invited. Everybody's invited to December 6th, the Christmas parade in Huron. Christmas parade in Huron, December 6th. We'll be unveiling, 4,000 square feet worth of a mural. All right, everybody take a picture with Jenny. She's leaving. All right, let's get out of here. Get out of here.
Amy Road.
I'm gonna need the same energy for Denise.